Ta-da! Alright, hello. I'm here. Right on time, as according to my Universal Watch. Welcome back to the MX Zone, everyone. I have no idea what I'm doing tonight because I'm terrible at planning stuff. There's a lot going on in my life right now, and I'm obviously I could play Voices of the Void. Yes, hello. I have this habit of just getting straight into things. Maybe I should amble a bit more, chill out a bit. But when the camera comes on, I go into this mode. I get into the zone, the MX zone, and I just kind of take off. I just zoom. I get the zoomies, like the streamy zoomies, I guess you would call it. It's like a concoction of anxiety fueled confidence. So I've done this several times before, and now I have no idea what I'm doing. Yes. Hey guys. Hello. Oh whoa. Pocket mirror, golden. What the hell is that? Is that a game? Or is that just a thing that exists? I'm gonna look this up. Google says it's a video game. This looks like a Princess Maker game. That's probably not at all what it is. It's a surreal indie adventure game. But I would have to buy it. This gives me Alice in Wonderland vibes actually. The meta is to get sidetracked on something for an hour? Hell yeah. I love ADHD. That's basically what that is, right? RPG. Oh, horror. RPG Maker horror games. That's cool stuff. That's its own kind of niche genre, isn't it? I'm actually kind of surprised as many people are turned up. When I had no idea what I was going to do. And people were just like, oh fuck yeah. This guy has no idea what he's doing. That sounds fun. Play out Oni the Goat. Oh my god. We're really gonna do this? I'm going to invite all my friends. Why?! To the stream where I have no idea what I'm doing and I'm improvising. Fuck it, we ball streams. That should be every week. I'm always the kind of person that likes having a plan. So when I don't have a plan, I kind of go spaghetti mode. But maybe that's what people want. I don't know. I don't think it's what I want, but who the fuck cares about that? RPG Maker horror, though, that's pretty interesting. I could stream that. I haven't played, I used to play a lot of RPG Maker horror games. But, that was a big phase for me. It kind of transitioned to a phase of, hey, I want to make an RPG Maker game. And then that never went anywhere because I'm terrible with those kind of projects. I have an anonymous tip to play Dredge, or a suggestion to play Dredge. Which I know about Dredge. It is an indie game about sailing around in a trawling boat. And from what I know, it has eldritch elements to it. Oh my god, Fields of Mystery. Hey, it's almost Spooktober. You know what? Yeah, let's save the RPG Maker horror games for Spooktober. That gives me some ideas. Maybe every week during Spooktober, I will try out a new RPG Maker horror game. Or maybe complete them. I don't know how long some of these are. Yeah, spooky. Oh crap, I just realized I don't have a Halloween costume ready for this year. Oh my god. I mean, I don't think I had one for last year either. I guess I could just dress up as Marissa again. I don't know, but people dig me cross-dressing as a witch. But usually I would get the costume ready in advance, about a month in advance. But I just completely forgot this time. Anyone can be a witch. That's just true. I remember seeing a thing that a witch is anyone that practices witchcraft. But I mean, it's still cross-dressing because Marissa is a female. I am not that. I did rock it pretty bloody well though. That's good shit. I just really like that outfit. Yeah, there's plenty of games we could play. I mean, the fallback plan in the back of my mind is something like TF2, but that seems like a terrible thing to fall back on. Just because I kind of had a realization that streaming casual in that game is kind of like a Russian roulette. Unless you, like, disable everything. A lot of classic RPG Maker horror games are around 3 to 4 hours to complete. That's very good to know. That's a nice pocket-sized experience. It's not really pocket-sized. That's a good length for, like, a small game. Like, if you're making your first ever game, I mean, that's quite an ambitious length for your first ever game. But I guess with RPG Maker in mind, that's a good size for your first RPG Maker project. Not to say that you can't just make that length a game for your entire, like, career span. Maybe you find your craft in that. Get some gamer sups in me. But yeah. Man, I'm indecisive. Could, is there like a category for this? Sponsored? Not sponsored, not yet. I wish it was sponsored. Not a sponsored stream, but go buy gamer subs. The #1 supplementary, yeah, the #1 supplement for gamers like you and me. Co-owned by a big VTuber by the name of One Shy Lily. I mean, even if you're not a gamer, they're just really good. Especially if you struggle drinking water. That's my biggest pitch for it. If you are someone that has a lot of trouble with drinking water, and I know those people exist because they're so used to, like, energy drinks and, like, sodas and stuff, Gamer Subs is the perfect thing for you because it keeps you hydrated, and it comes in all kinds of delicious flavors. Gamer Subs flavor tier list? That's an idea. I would totally do that, but I don't have it set up. Is there actually, like, an official one? Does it have water flavor? It doesn't have water flavor. But I'm about to blow your mind, Scarlet, okay? If you want water flavor, here's my recommendation, okay? You get your glass or your cup, whatever it is, and you find your tap, and then you, like, you turn the tap on and you fill the glass or cup up. Turn the tap off. Voila, you have water flavor subs. Congratulations. You did it. This man's crazy. Drink straight from the bog! Don't challenge me! I will actually... Ooh, I'm not about to say I would actually drink out of a bog. That's a bit... Now make gamer sups in your toilet. I mean, my toilet's clean. It's sterile. Milk your water directly from the clouds. Let me find a private plane to go into the stratosphere, and then I would get, like, several tubs of gamer subs and just release them in the clouds. And then some town somewhere is gonna get gamer subs flavored rain for, like, a day. How about that, huh? Gonna gamergize, like, that's a word. That's a buzzword. Gamergize. I'm gonna gamergize an entire town. It's gonna be Grandpa's ashes or lean, right? Local malware completely saturates a town with lean. That could be misinterpreted. By the way, if you hear noises in the background, that'd be my dryer. It's doing things, and I don't know why it's doing things, but it's doing things. Gamergize your life. Trademarked. I think Nia asked something. Is there anything paranormal that you actually kind of believe in, or at least find very cool? Too many to list. I'm one of those book nerds that likes to read up on paranormal stuff in their spare time. I like downloading PDFs of grimoires because the actual things are too expensive. Like one of my favorite pieces of literature is the Lesser Key of Solomon. Wait, this is going more into demonology. It's not particularly paranormal. This is more supernatural? I don't fucking know. There's like different definitions for this type of thing. I mean, I kind of believe in ghosts, if that's more your like cup of tea. Like, the thing about ghosts is I don't think they exist in the way that a lot of people would presume they exist. Like, I don't think they're just these intangible entities that we can communicate with, but I do think that they exist on certain wavelengths. Which is why, like, we get phenomena that can be attributed to the deceased, but the methods that we currently have or try to use to communicate and interact with them aren't necessarily things that actually work. I think there's a little bit of placebo effect when it comes to those things, because when ghost hunters go out and stuff, they'll be like, yo, dude, like, my spirit box is actually, like, getting some feedback. And it sounds kind of like words. I think in a lot of those cases, it's like, there's something they want to hear, so they will hear it. It's that kind of thing. But that also keeps the imagination alive, and I don't think that's a bad thing. Because, they're having fun. Like, they're having fun, and people have fun with that as well, and I think that's perfectly fine. When it gets to the point that people start threatening each other over it, though, then you've gone too far. You do not do that, alright? You gotta chill out. Be chill, have a great time. Like some kind of echo or residual data phenomenon. Yeah. It's a vague way of putting it, but I agree. I think that stuff could also not be like a ghost left behind, but like a psychic remnant or something. Yeah, something like that. So obviously, like, the soul, like, there's different ways a ghost could, like, form, depending on who you ask. Obviously, the most popular depiction is that it's the person's soul that's been left behind. Like, they've died, but their soul hasn't crossed over to the other world, so they're stuck in this world as a ghost. That's, like, the most common one. That gets into, like, spirituality, and in some cases, religion a little bit. And that can be uncomfortable for some people. But, then, like, you have, like, what Nia is suggesting, like, a psychic remnant, which is, it's a piece of the psyche that's left behind. And that's different to the soul because, in a way, like, when you talk about, like, the psyche, like, the id and the ego, it's getting more into science things. It's psychological, but, like, we can't, like, I don't believe we have the means to perceive these types of things, and I don't think we ever will. Like, obviously, science fiction exists where it's just like, oh, eventually the humans discovered their latent capability of psychic powers, a la something like XCOM, or does Mass Effect have psionics? I forgot. Yeah, it does. It does. Or, like, psionic alien races and stuff and shit like that. Or one of those cool, like, quasi-magic settings where, like, you have spacefaring, but you also have magic. Very few of them, but they are the ones that do exist are kind of cool. But I don't want to quantify ghosts as being something that's like bound to a certain concept. Like saying that the psychic remnants or saying that the souls of the deceased. I think we just don't understand them enough. But I think it's also okay to throw our own attributes upon them in order to perceive them as concepts. I'm saying a lot of words right now, but essentially what I'm saying is it's fine to believe what we believe in. Just don't harm just don't bring harm to anyone because of those ideals. It's kind of a sellout answer when you think about it. Man, I'd make a great politician. I'll do nothing but sell out. But yeah, that's my belief. That's my belief on like a lot of paranormal activity and stuff. Would I actually go out ghost hunting? I think if I was with the right company, I would. But there's a there's a very so there's things I do fear in this. Well, of course, there's things that I fear in this world. I'm not about to come out and say I'm fearless. I'm far from it. Like, for instance, I'm afraid of heights, but specifically the situation of I'm afraid of heights when I stand on a ladder because it's very relative. If I'm like high up, if I'm behind like a security barrier on like the Tokyo Sky Tower or something, I'm more okay because I'm just like, well, there's this big old barrier here protecting me from being at risk from this kind of place. If I'm looking over the edge of a cliff, oh yeah, I don't know about that. That's a bit more woozy, but I can back away from the cliff edge. When you're on top of a ladder, you're at risk. Like, there's no way down but climbing down the ladder. Anything can happen when you're climbing down the ladder. And I hate that. So top of the ladder is a lot worse, but that was a tangent. I fear a lot of things. And the big fear about going out ghost hunting is not the ghosts. It's about what's not the ghosts that exist there. I'm talking about, like, crackheads or potentially dangerous people that might hang out at the places where you look for ghosts. That's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid of people. I think I've discussed on stream before, one of my number one fears is home invasion. And that's because it's the idea of your private sanctuary suddenly being breached by a stranger. It's absolutely terrifying. It's why games like Welcome to the Game and, well, there's literally a home invasion horror game as well out there that I refuse to play. Because it just chills me to the core. Like, I hate that. I hate it so much. I get, like, a lot of nightmares I get usually involve some kind of home invasion, and they will always wake me up because they're like hyper realistic when they happen, and it really messes me up. I'm happy to hear like it's kind of like it's not like a thing that's exclusive to me. I never really thought it would be exclusive to me, but like sometimes you feel like it's that paranoia feeling like you're the only one that like feels that way. But I'm glad to hear that some people agree that these kind of things they fuck you up, and reasonably so. But yeah, like ghost hunting and finding people that are just like, hey, you're not supposed to be here. Look, if it's a security guard or something, that's fine. I'm just like, okay, you caught us. We were trespassing. I'm sorry, man. Man? I'm sorry, man. So, I'm sorry, sir, slash, ma'am, slash, I'm sorry, officer. I'll, be on my way. And then you got the ones that are just like, I don't know, they just scream at you and run at you. No, those aren't the terrifying ones. The terrifying ones are the ones that don't say anything. They'll just start stalking you, and you're just like, oh god. Oh god, he's gonna follow me home. He's gonna follow me home and stab me in my sleep. When my sleep paralysis demon looks like a home invader. I'm just imagining you in a scenario like you wake up with a night terror, and or during a night terror, and you're just like, oh my god, it's a home invader. I'm freaking out right now, and then you realize it's your sleep paralysis demon. And you're like, oh, thank god, it's my sleep paralysis demon. Oh, carry on. It's like, oh, hi, Frank. It's Frank, your sleep paralysis demon. Oh, you up to your usual antics again. Oh, you almost got me. Anyway, I guess I'll just lie still here until lie still in a prisoner of my own body until you figure stuff out or just get bored. Yep. Yeah, I definitely relate. When I was younger, I begged my parents to get a loft bed so that I have to high ground and a break-in. That's tactical, alright? You're resolving things tactically. Like you have a fear there, like it's a fear of home invasion, but you're taking action. It's like saying like I'm afraid of home invaders breaking into my bedroom, so I built a bunker around my bed. I sleep in a pod. The pod has a security lock. Am I the only one who doesn't usually get demons during sleep paralysis? I don't think it's like literally demons a lot of the time. We call them sleep paralysis demons because I think attributing it to an entity helps us cope with them a lot better because then like we have something to invest the blame into, and that helps us like kind of quantify it in our minds and deal with it rather than just like a phenomenon that's like I don't know why this is happening to me. Because there's a whole number of reasons sleep paralysis could be doing what it's doing, but saying that you have a sleep paralysis demon, people will understand, and they're just like, oh yeah, that happens to me too. Like it's one of those things that it's not really an explanation, but it helps you like cope with it. And like sometimes we don't want to like go into the details of it. Yeah, it's different for a lot of people because I mean the main thing it tends to trigger during REM sleep. So like sometimes some people will be like kind of awake but they can't move in that kind of ordeal. Some people will still be in the dream but they might seem awake. And like, it's always different because our brains work differently. Like for instance, my when I get sleep terrors, it always feels like I'm waking up from a dream afterwards. Like it obviously I get hyper realistic dreams, so sometimes it's difficult to differentiate reality from the dream. But it does um it does happen where once the episode is over, I'll wake up like, oh man, that was a terrible dream, even though it was probably like I was actually laid there wondering what the fuck was going on. It might not have been a dream, but also yes, a dream because my brain tricks itself. Man, our brains are fucked up. Can we talk about REM sleep? Why the hell does our body do that? I know, right? I think it has something to do with it has something to do with our instincts to like be vigilant, I guess. Like we're unique creatures in the way we do a lot of things compared to like other creatures on the planet. So like for instance, we're some of the only creatures that I know of that can sleep through a lot of other things. Whereas, like, a lot of creatures develop this knack for being able to sleep, but also being aware of their surroundings at the same time. I think the REM sleep is kind of like a leftover from when we were, like, prey creatures, if that makes sense. I'm not a psychologist, I'm not a sleep behaviorist or whatever. I've got no credible source for this other than what I've read up and learned from all the years that have gone by in my life, which is quite a lot of them at this point. I'm old, but there's no way to better beat around the bush than that. But I get but yeah, the time loop fucks you up, and sometimes it gets really scary. I once had a dream sequence where I woke up in a time loop several times. Like I said, several times, about 3 times. I wake up, go about my business, and then something weird happens, and I'm just like, wait, hold on a minute. And then I wake up again because I was like, oh, it's a dream. But then I wake up again, and it's like, oh, it's a dream again. And it's only kind of like after the fact that I realized it was a dream within a dream within a dream, which, that's only saying it what it is fundamentally to myself. Obviously, like, the dream was, like, it was repeating itself over and over. It wasn't, like, some actual Inception bullshit. God, that messes you up so much. Yeah, that entire day after that, I was having an existential crisis because I was like, what if I'm still dreaming? What if I'm dead? What if I died in my sleep and this is just my dream now? It's Groundhog Day today. Oh god, I'm gonna have to experience this day over and over. And then I slept normally, then woke up normally. I was like, oh, it is a new day. Oh, fancy that. That's the thing about me. I don't believe that um when I have hyper-realistic dreams, the dream never extends beyond a day. If I go to sleep in a dream, um, then I will probably like wake up properly IRL. So I'm gonna look at those time loops, and it's where there's a huge freaky bug about to crawl onto me. Are you sure that's not just actually happening? There's a lot of huge freaky bugs out in the world. I've had that too, though. Like, I've had that too, but I've had that one time for real. And, like, it's kind of just made me very paranoid about having bugs in the room now. I've once woken up with a house spider on my, like, eyelid. And, that fucked me up for life. This happened when I was, like, 11. Yeah, it was just a house spider on my eye. Like, it wasn't in my eye, but it was, like, over my eye. So, like, obviously at first I didn't know what it was, but then, like, I saw an obstruction in my eyesight when I was, like, trying to wake up. So I reached to, like, scratch my eye, and I felt something just bolt down my down and off of my arm. Freaked out, and I saw this spider just, like, bolt, like, I think the spider was as terrified as I was, just shooting across the room behind my wardrobe. Yeah, that fucked me up. That's fucked me up for life. I'm not afraid of spiders, per se. I kind of like having them around because they do good things for, like, my local ecosystem. They keep the nastier things out. The things that actually do damage to me, they keep out. But I don't like them too close to where I sleep, because that shit happens, and I'm just like, oh, no, no, no. We have a deal. We have a deal, Mr. Eight Legs. You keep the naughty visitors out of my personal space, but you also keep yourself out of my personal space, alright? You get a lot of free food by living with me. But we have these house rules that we need to establish, alright? This part of the room, this is mine. You're not allowed in it. Sometimes they do that and I have to reprimand them, so to speak. Usually involves a toilet. But, yeah, I don't like it. Same with moths, actually. I haven't woken up with a moth on my face, but, like, I've tried sleeping and felt a moth trying to do something to my face. And I don't tend to like that. Or sometimes when I'm doom scrolling on my phone in, before bed, like, I'll just lie in bed and doom scroll on my phone for a bit. And a moth will just fly over because it's a light source. Even though I have a perfectly nice bug zapper on the other side of my room. Or I usually keep a light on in my bathroom as well, so I can find it at night. I keep that on and accessible. Those are brighter lights for the moth to go check out. But no, it insists that, hey, like, hey, MX, what you doom scrolling there? Shouldn't you be going to sleep? And I'll just be like, fuck off! Get away from me! Let me doom scroll my anime tits in peace. Yes, trying to do something. I don't know what moths try to do a lot of the time. I mean, in those cases, like, they just want the light. They're just weird little dudes that want the light. But when I don't have the phone open, when I'm just lying there trying to sleep, I don't know what they're trying to do. Like, maybe they like the humidity that comes from my breaths. I don't know if that's a thing that moths are like into. Do you ever get the dreams where you're laying down in bed, your whole body feels so heavy that you try to shuffle off the bed to shock yourself up? I've had a similar kind of thing to that. I don't think I was in bed, but I had a similar kind of thing when I was in water. That was a little freaky. I had a thing. I've had a dream once before where I'm floating in like water, and I will suddenly feel really heavy and struggle to like float properly. But the thing is, when I went under the water, I wasn't drowning, but I preferred having the ability. I preferred having my head above the water, even though like I didn't feel like I was breathless under the water. If that makes sense. So I wasn't like full on panicking. It was just kind of annoying. I haven't had a specific dream where like I'm just like I feel heavy and cumbersome in the bed, and then try to shuffle off of it. That being said, I have fallen out of the bed a few times. I move a lot in my sleep. If I ever had, I get like sheepish when I have to share a bed with someone, which I've done before because just friends. I've only shared beds with friends because friends do that. And whenever I'm sharing a bed with someone else, I only do like light sleep. Like it's the kind of light sleep that you do when you're kind of semi-aware of your surroundings, but you're getting some shut eye. Like when you nap. It's like when you nap at work or something. You're kind of aware of your surroundings, but like you're like 50% sleeping. I think that's REM sleep. I'm not sure, but I always sleep like that if I have to share a bed with someone, because if I go into a deep sleep, I have no idea what I'm going to do to other people in my sleep, so I'm too nervous to do that. I just know that I move a lot in my sleep. Sometimes I'll find myself inverted compared to like when I fell asleep. It doesn't even depend on the dream that I'm having. Like I swear I've had like I've had really down to earth and chill ass dreams before, but I still move like I'm possessed in my sleep. I wouldn't be surprised if I was a sleepwalker, but no one's ever like actually proven that to me. I hope no one ever does, because that would fuck me up so much. I got a Steam notification. TF2 screenshot? What? This is a screenshot from like... Sorry, somebody's commented on one of my TF2 screenshots from like literally 12 years ago. Someone commented on my TF2 screenshot from 12 years ago saying, I'm interested in your entire TF2 inventory. Dude. I thought my TF2 inventory was on private. Hold on. But the thing is, like, I have a lot of screenshots on my profile. Why pick why pick like the one of the oldest there? I think I've got like quite a few on there. Sorry, that was like a really weird like segue. Oh, I received a gift. Oh, I missed this. Hold on. Thanks, Steam. Yo, God, it got me the Pocket Mirror game. Let's go. Thank you very much, V. Scarlet the Gifter. Been a while since I got a gift from someone on Steam. Heck yeah. Let me install that. Hopefully it doesn't like mess up the connection too much. I was actually bought it for me. Now I have to play it, right? Nah, it's fine. I'll give it a shot. Why do heck not? So, I mean, we've just been shooting the shit for like almost 40 minutes now. It'll be good to eventually like play something. Oh, for Spooktober. Oh, you know what? Yeah, that'd be good, actually. Um, Wait, what's the date today? It's like the 28th, right? We'll make this the first feature for Spooktober. And I'll rely on your guys' assistance to find some other RPG Maker horrors to play during that period. Or just horror games in general, I guess. Make a special old thing. I will say though, there will be a Limbus. There will be some Limbus streams during October because Canto 7 will be coming out, and I'm going to be all over that. So it is one of the prettiest indie RPG horror games out there. Yeah, I looked at the screenshots. Like I was saying, it gives me very like Alice in Wonderland vibes, and I think that's a good thing. I really like the RPG Maker games that kind of like push the envelope on like the style and stuff, because you know there's a lot of RPG Maker games that are very they use most of like the basic assets, but even when they make their own assets, you can still kind of tell like you can still kind of tell like how RPG Maker is and stuff. But like obviously Pocket Mirror still has that like RPG Maker vibe to it, but they've really like I guess you could say they've really gone the extra mile for like taking that and making it their own kind of thing. Because it looked really pretty using like the RPG Maker style. And yes, Limbus. It's gonna be Don Quixote's chapter in Limbus Company, Canto 7, and it looks freaking insane. We're gonna get it's definitely I think Canto 7 and Limbus is definitely a good it's gonna be a good thing for Spooktober anyway because it looks like it's gonna be sexy vampire central. So well. I know at least one vampire that might stir some kind of emotion within people. But others? Well, we'll just have to wait and see. I love vampires, though. Vampires are great. Don't think I've ever spoken about like how much I love vampires as kind of like a genre. Well, not really a genre, but I guess like a genre of like concept. Because I love vampires in like I love vampire characters in a lot of games. But like I'm very much pilled on like anime style vampires. Because like obviously I enjoy things like Castlevania and Vampire the Masquerade, but I really like my vampire mistresses, okay? I'm gonna say that as reservedly as possible. Wasn't there like a Vampire the Masquerade 2 in production or something? Or did they stop that? I'm just thinking out loud. You know, when I was actually figuring out what I wanted to do with VTubing, one of my very early ideas was a vampire. I kind of shelved it because it was too generic. But you know, what could have been? Maybe, well, I can't do it this year because I don't have anything prepared. Maybe next year I'll just, like, masquerade as a vampire. That'd be cool. I'll dress up as Count Dracula. Or maybe, try to think of other, like, fictional vampires. Romelia Scarlet from Toho. I mean, I've already dressed up as one Toho, why not the vampire Toho? I mean, her outfit do look cozy. I do like... That reminds me about Vampire Survivors, actually. I think I had an update recently. I like the Vampire Survivors game a lot. Monogatari did vampires so well. Yeah, I like Shinobu a lot. And, Araragi. But, I have kind of a love-hate relationship with Monogatari. It's one of those series that other people kind of killed it for me in some ways. Um, I still enjoy it to a degree, but I feel like there's this mental block preventing me from enjoying it to as much capacity as I could, if that makes sense. It's I don't know how to better explain that. I definitely like respect the series a lot, and I mean it's one of the first anime series like I really got into. But yeah, it's kind of in like a same it's kind of in the same boat as like JoJo's and Attack on Titan. That other people really killed the vibe for me. Yeah, and it's not like the fandom at large did kind of like make it worse, especially with JoJo. I just really don't like JoJo. But it's always like a certain splinter of people that do it for me. Like it's former friends and stuff that I start associating with, and then like it just doesn't become like meh. But you know, as long as people understand that it's not because I think that the series are bad. It's just because, well, you know, in some cases it's just not my thing, and I have to just hope that people can accept that. Obviously, a lot of people will say to me, "Well, you just have shit taste," and I'm just like, "I guess I do." JoJo community, I think, is a lot better these days. I think it's tempered down a little bit. There was a time where JoJo was insufferable. I think it must have been like when season 4 started airing. I think like because I remember the first two seasons of JoJo were okay. Like I liked those, and you know, people weren't being so insufferable about it. Wait, why am I downloading that? Stop that. Yeah, when season 4, when it, like season 4 onwards started coming out, like that honeymoon period, that was awful. Like you couldn't escape it. It was everywhere. People wouldn't stop going on about it. And that was around the time when like I was having a bunch of like friend circle drama as well, IRL, and a lot of them were into JoJo's. All the people that I ended up like falling out with were into JoJo's, so that was not a good time. But it is what it is. Yeah, I just don't care about it now. Like, I wouldn't watch it if somebody asked if they wanted to watch it with me. Unless it was like the first two seasons are alright. I'd watch those two because the Pillar Men are goated. I like those. Pillar Men are great. It's peak. But I respect that, okay? But I don't think I could. I should just cosplay as a Pillarman, like, next year. There was actually one time where me and a couple of friends we were going to create a indie visual novel together. And the tentative, like, prototype name that we came up for it was Pillarman, because it was a story about it was a post-apocalyptic story that involved pillars. So we were just like, this is perfect. This is going to work. I'm showing it to Scar recently. That's fair enough. Wait, do you mean like do you mean which season do I find like particularly distasteful, or do you mean like something else? Which Pillar Man? Ooh. Oh, that's a tough one. I kind of like view the Pillarman as like a collective entity. But I mean, like, I don't really know. That's a tough one to answer. cosplay all three at once. Yeah, let me just... Hold on a minute. This is how I'll do it. Wait. What the hell? Oh my god, this is the... This is how I'll do it! Triple the MX. Fanware's getting spoiled today. I'm in your mind. I'm in your hard drives. I see your ideas on a material level, and I make them manifest within my capabilities. I could probably like arrange this a bit better. Hold on. I could do something like this though. I don't know how I'd do it with like different outfits. It'd be quite funny though. Oh god, what did I do? Yeah, there we go. They're like overlapping each other now. He's looking at all my work in progress drawings I never finished. Oh, is that what this is? It's like, dang girl, I'm getting lost in here. This is an entire art gallery. Imagine like the it's like the crap, I forgot what it's called. It's like the Tower of Babylon, except it's just all work in progress artworks. Getting lost in this labyrinth of incomplete art. You gotta finish some of these. Some of these are pretty good. Oh, we don't need to talk about that one though. If we could do like an effect with this, it's like, because my avatar's like in a window, it makes it look like I'm invading your system. What is that one? Ah, we don't need to talk about that. It's okay. I've already erased it from my memory banks. All right. the world won't figure it out. Okay, Scarlet. Your secret is safe in my. It's safe in that it's safe in that little memory bank of. You know when you delete information off a computer and it's not actually deleted? It's like cached somewhere on it's in a cache somewhere on like physically on the hard drive. So like even if you delete data, someone can extract it with the right know-how. That's where your secret is. That's where your secret spicy like image information is now. Only an expert will be able to excavate that from my database. It's safe. You gotta format it or be completely erased. I'm not formatting myself to erase that information. This is when Scarlet's gonna be like subtly threatening to format me, you know? Maybe this is when you become my sleep paralysis demon. Gonna wake up in the night and Scarlet is going to be like hovering over my bed with a data jack. Feel like, what are you doing with that? Bit kind of horrifying, actually. My headset turned itself off. Shit. And now my headset won't turn itself back on. Oh no, it started! Hold on, I need to fix this. The malware lobotomy. Don't lobotomize the malware. You ever tried it? What would happen if you formatted an AI? Like, could you imagine, like, this super sophisticated AI, and you just format it, like, you format it, and it just, like... I feel like that would break something. I feel like there's certain, like, nuances in, like, super developed, like, AI and science fiction and stuff, where if you format it, something's gonna go wrong there. You just turn them into, like, Skynet or something. Isn't that what Skynet is? It's Skynet evolved itself to avoid being formatted. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. I'm trying to get these like equal. This is a cool style for like a chat stream though. Just having me like pop up repeatedly like this. See, it would sell it even more if I could like multiply my voice by 3, but I'm not gonna do that. I think that would be a bit. That might be a bit much. I could do it though. It could be funny. Should probably like put some sound on in the background now. I probably won't. Can I like not do that? If I play something from a video game, it should be fine, right? Well, I'm like, actually, no, I've got something better to play. Just testing stuff out. This is actually a troubleshooting stream. You're here helping me troubleshoot stuff. Thank you very much, my little guinea pigs. None of these are what I wanted. Jesus Christ. Okay. I think it's this. That is not it. What is... Wait. I swear that's meant to be it. Uh-oh. I mean, alternatively, I could just play this on the background. Yeah, that works. Wait, I just saw Ven's suggestion. Drag a PNG of their bodies underneath your head. Should I, like, Hold on. Do I have, like, a PNG of my body ready? I mean, that would be pretty funny. This is all incorrect. It's when I realized that my VTuber asset folders are really messy and disorganized. Actually, my whole directory is just awful. It's very schizophrenic. I have 3 different folders for Project Moon stuff. I've got one that's just for Limbo stuff. I've got one called Proj Moon, and I've got one called PM. And it's just like, why do I have 2 of these? And then some of the Project Moon stuff isn't even saved in these. They're just saved in my normal images like directory, like the base directory. Anyone who enjoys... Hello? I think the laundry machine is trying to speak to me. One of those is for the Prime Minister. Ah, yes. I save all my British Prime Minister images in this folder. It's about 1.5 gigabytes. I'm an avid fan of Boris Johnson. I've got every conceivable media photo of him. I like to look at them when I'm feeling down. Feel better about myself. Laundry machine screaming, free me from this eternal torment. No! You will take my dirty laundry, and you will like it! I'm like, what is everyone... This is gonna be a strange question. What are everyone's laundry habits? I literally only do the laundry when I run out of stuff to wear. And it just turns out to be a massive backlog of stuff. If I run out of a specific thing to wear, I will do the laundry. Where it's just like, I don't have any more, like, I don't have any socks left. Laundry machine, here we go. But the thing is, like, I have one of those washing machines that's a combination. It's a combo machine. So it's both a washer and a dryer. Which, I'm not a huge fan of them because the drying takes fucking forever in it. So, like, when I'm... For instance, this one's just taken 6 hours to dry a set of laundry properly. I set this, like, a while... I set this, around, like, right after I, like, had my lunch today. It takes forever. And it's like... The washing itself takes 30 minutes. I do, like, the quick 30-minute wash just so I have more time to do the drying. Once a t-shirt runs out, that's when the laundry panic ensues. Yes, yeah, actually, yeah. I think t-shirts are probably the most important thing. Well, actually, no, underwear is more important to me. I hate wearing, like, used underwear. I don't like doing that. It's like... I would rather wear a shirt that has been used than a set of used underwear. Is that normal? I think that's normal, right? Same with socks. I would never wear used socks. Actually, no, socks might be more important, actually. I think in the hierarchy of reusable laundry, I think socks are, like, at the bottom as, like, the least reusable. And then underwear are, like, above that. And then you have, like... Then you have shirts. And then you have pants. Like, shorts and... We call them shorts and trousers over here in Britain. Britain, we call them trousers. But I know that lots of other people call them pants. Pants are what we call underwear. Jeans have, like, infinite uses. Exactly! When do you wash jeans? You wash them, like, once a month. Yeah, unless you spill shit on them. Or, like, you get, like... So, sometimes, in the past, I've worn jeans that are too big for me. Like, they're too long. So, I have to, like, arrange getting them, like, taken up and stuff. So, like, getting them adjusted. But sometimes, like, I'll still just walk around with them because I can't be bothered. And it just ends up, like, you just end up getting, like, all kinds of, like, dirt caked on, like, the extremity of it. And then you're just like, yeah, maybe I should wash this now. The amount of, like, jeans I've ruined in my line of work, though, because I used to work in a workshop, and one time I started with blue jeans, and by the time I'd done one contract, like, by the time I'd spent about 5 months in that workshop, they were grey. Even after washes, they were grey. Machine grease will do that. Shirtless plus pantless gaming is getting the most mileage out of your wardrobe. Honestly, I respect that. I'm a bit funny with it, actually. I don't like being... So, pantless is more acceptable because I'm usually pantless after a shower. Shirtless, I don't know. I never feel okay being shirtless. Even, like, at home by myself. I feel like I have to have if I don't have a shirt on, it means I'm ready for bed. That's my psychology around it. If I'm shirtless, it means I'm about to sleep or I've just woken up and I need to put a shirt on. It's a psychological thing at this point. So if I'm ever, like, just sat at the computer doing stuff, I have to wear a shirt. I think the one exception is when it's way too hot to think straight. Then I'm just like, okay, I don't just need to be shirtless, I also need... Like, I need airflow. I need, like, a fan or something blowing on me. Otherwise, it's pointless. But if I can help it, I will wear a shirt. One of those weird things about me. Also, I have this really bad habit of eating the worst foods when I have a white shirt on. Like, for some reason, every time I wear a white shirt, I will have something tomato-based. And it's just like, I'm asking for trouble. And sure enough, I have like 5 white shirts in store right now, and 2 of them have been like forever ruined with stains. So now they're just kind of like, wear at home deals. I don't like wearing stained shirts out to public. Spicy Korean food. Yeah! Actually, I have ruined a shirt with one of those one time. Gochujang, Korean, they were like boneless wings. Yeah, they're so red. I love it. I love it when they're red. But God, if you drop that on yourself, you're fucked. That stains, even if it's not white, it will stain it. It's that bad. Like, I've got my own gochujang mix in the cupboard, and when I, like, properly prepare it and stuff, it's so red. It's a good kind of red, but if I got that on anything white, it's gone forever. At that point, I might as well lather the entire shirt in gochujang. It can stain a red shirt. This shirt is significantly redder than I imagined it. Ah, that'd be the spicy Korean gochujang. It's very good though. I think the only thing that comes close is like, you know, Chinese sweet and sour, like you know, like the really the really Americanized Chinese sweet and sour sauce. That's like, it's bright red. It's like almost glowing red. That stuff is really bad to get into like your clothes. I mean, it's kind of just like syrup with some additional ingredients. I'm pretty sure most of it is food coloring, but yeah, it's not good. Banana ketchup too. What the hell is banana ketchup? Wait a minute. I might know that under something else. Get Opera open. Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out. Oh, it's a Filipino thing. According to Google, anyway. Banana ketchup. Also known as banana sauce. It's a fruit ketchup condiment made from banana, sugar, vinegar, and spices. I mean, it do just kind of look like ketchup, but different. That's 2 things I hate put together. I mean, then, I think most people would disagree with ketchup mixed with ketchup. Yeah, most people disagree with ketchup mixed with ketchup. How dare you? So, oh, you're mixing your Heinz with your Bransons? We're gonna have to have words, you and I. But no, I don't think I've tried banana ketchup before. I would definitely try it, though. It's more like sweet and sour sauce. It doesn't taste like ketchup. I think that's fine. Like, sweet and sour sauce goes good with some things. I think that would go hard with some fried chicken. Well, I'm gonna presume that's like the main thing you would have it with. I've been outed as a Filipino. I mean, I mean, I've never been to the Philippines, so I don't have much to say on the matter. I don't think I've had much Filipino food either. What was the food I had the other week? There's like a lot of takeout places near me from like various like Southeast Asian establishments. I don't think it was Filipino though. I don't want to sound racist confusing them together, but like sometimes the cuisine has different nuances. I don't want to mislabel it though. Let me actually just look it up. I remember one of the staple foods actually. I think it might have been Malaysian. No, it was Indonesian. Okay. Well, that was It's definitely one of the one of the places. It's something called I don't know how you pronounce this. Is it Onde Onde? It's like Onde. I had those like confectionaries from this place. They're pretty good. I like them. They're like little mochi dumpling things, but they have like they have like palm sugar fillings, and they're like green in color. I am disconnected from my culture. I cannot pronounce 90% of things. Same. Don't ask me how to pronounce Thai things. The only Thai thing that I know how to say properly is Chai Yin Yin, which means calm down, I think. That's what my mother told me. I don't know, like, how correct that is. It might actually mean something really offensive in Thai, because my mother was kind of a joker, but I would never say that to a Thai person. Because, I mean, it sounds kind of patronizing. Because you're meant to say it to someone who's, like, frustrated, like, Chai Yin Yin. But, it doesn't, it sounds like something that you would say, like, playfully. To maybe invoke their ire, their wrath. Sweet and sour sauce of spring rolls sounds lit. I mean, yeah, like... I think that's one of, like, the preferred, like, things to have with, like, spring rolls. I do like a good spring roll. I like the ones with meat in, though. Or prawns. Prawns is, like, a really good filling of spring rolls. But, there's, like, all types of, like, different types of spring rolls. Depending on what cuisine and culture you look at. I remember, I used to order from this Vietnamese place, back where I used to live. That did amazing spring rolls. But they were unique in that, they used, like, a really see-through kind of, like, pastry. But it didn't make them, it made them, like, extra, like, made them extra crunchy, though. I like a good crunch on them. Yeah, sweet and sour sauce and sweet chili sauce are, like, the usual suspects for something like that. I like both of them, though. Man, I want a spring roll now. I had Burger King earlier, but... You can't, crunchy, crispy spring roll. I've never actually made spring rolls for myself before. I should try that at some point. I'm really good at making a stir fry. I mean, who isn't? Like, stir fry is one of the easiest, simplest things to make. I think phyllo pastry has always kind of intimidated me, though. I don't know why. I just feel like it's one of those things where I'm just like, well, I don't know about that. Actually, no, I think it's the deep frying process. Deep frying, like, scares the crap out of me. And also, I guess there's a part of me that feels like, if I taught myself how to deep fry stuff properly, I would never stop deep frying stuff. And that would be a problem. I used to get together with friends around the New Year to make spring rolls. We'd make a whole day out of it and be hours of wrapping and frying. That sounds great! What the fuck? That sounds awesome! That's like a proper, like, New Year tradition. I love that. That's so cool. I didn't used to do that with my friends, but, like, we did make it a New Year tradition that we would do something. Like, basically, it used to be a New Year tradition where we'd all just gather at my place, and, we would just figure something out. I think one time we did make a stir fry together, which was disastrous, but also kind of fun. And then another time we tried to make a Christmas dinner together, and that was a complete disaster. There was nothing salvageable from that. I remember one of our flatmates literally, like, they got an entire shank of gammon and cooked it in Coca-Cola. And I was just like, this is so disgustingly sweet. I don't know what to do with this. It was so awful. I found the wrapping part to be kind of fun. It is fun, but, like, I have, like... Without being around the bush, I have, like, awkward yaoi hands. So, like, wrapping them up is not my finest craft. Maybe I just need, like, big yaoi feeler pastry to, like, play around with. So I always felt like I would just be destructive with my potential to create spring rolls. Yaoi hands is crazy. I don't know how else to describe it, okay? Well, that's the thing about cooking, though, and, like, preparing food. It is, like, a lot of the time it's just a lot of work, but it's worth it. It always... People, when they say it tastes better when you've worked hard on it, it's absolutely true. It does. Cook more for yourself. Man has Baba Yaga spindly hand. Do you mean, Do you mean the Babadook? I swear it's the Babadook that has, like, the spindly hands. I don't know, maybe Baba Yaga has them as well. Actually, there's quite a lot of things that have spindly hands, don't they? Like, Fiddlesticks from League. Scarecrows. Scary. Scary Scarecrows was October. I always imagine an old lady demon thing would have spindly fingers. Yeah. Perfect for poking. All the better to give you Werther's originals with. I didn't think that was where that was going. I thought what you were going to say was all the better to reach that final Werther's original candy at the bottom of the bag. You need that long spindly finger to, like, reach in and grab it. You know, some people have, like, a cocaine nail. Like, they have a really long, like, fingernail on one of their fingers. That's for, like, you know, creating lines of cocaine. Yeah, I have one of those, but it's not for cocaine. It's for reaching that last chip in the bag of potato chips without making my hand greasy. I kind of hate that idea, actually. Coke nail troll. Oh no, you just dug out a memory in me. Oh no. Not mine, but someone else's. God, no. I can only think how unhygienic those things are. Ugh, I'm gonna move on from this. So I was gonna play a game tonight, but I'm still undecided. I know people threw a lot of suggestions at me, but I still don't know. Maybe we just won't play a game, or maybe we'll get around to it. I don't know. I'm having fun chatting though. Shooting the shit is fun. Hey, yassified MX isn't real. He can't hurt you. That's hurtful. Gone. You can't put me on the spot like that. If someone would tell me something like that, then I'll just be like, well, now I have to do the bit. But then when I force myself to do the bit, it's just like, oh, this is kind of cringe. Oh, I don't know, man. How would you react to somebody just like, yo, act cringe? And you're just like, what do you mean? What do you mean, act cringe? And then they just go, just act like you always do then. I'm just like, oh, okay. Alright, cool. I was trying to find one of those manicure emojis. Wait, oh, for the coke nail? I just need, like, I need an emote of, wait, do I have fingernails? I need to look at my model again, hold on. I don't think I do. Well, I mean, one of my arms is literally just corrupted data, so no, that does not have nails. I think I'll probably fashion nails out of it. It'd be a bit weird, but... Ah, yes, this is my defrag nail. I like to rake this through data to defrag it every now and again. That's the malware way of doing things. I appear to have lost all my assets. There they are. I just realized the thing I was playing didn't actually loop. Hold on. I got an idea. Dangerous, I know. Is that audible? I bet it's been a while since you heard this song. Oh, we'll just leave it like that. Because I don't play this song anymore on the channel. I mean, it's on my YouTube channel as like the featured one. It is not audible. Well, that's news to me. We can't. I get it. You can't hear shit. All right. I get it. Hold on. You hold right on. All right. What about now? Hey. Ah! I'm hurrying. Hey, there it is. Yeah, okay, got it, yeah. Fuck you. It's been a while since I've had this song play on here because I don't do outro. I don't know if anyone noticed, I don't really do outros anymore. I don't know why. I just find it easier to hit the end stream button rather than put on the outro, step away for a bit, and then come back later to turn it off. I don't think I've never needed an outro, really. It's just like, I just feel like it's an unnecessary thing. Maybe if I got bigger, I'd put an outro on things, but right now, it just doesn't seem like that big of a deal. I have an intro, though. Intros are important. It helps me get into the, helps me get into the mental space. Gets me into the driver's seat, so to speak. It's like when you turn on the ignition of your car, you're ready to drive off. Like, vroom, 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 vroom. I do love this song, though. I have been wanting to get a new song commissioned, though. I just don't know who to really approach about that. But I feel like I have been getting better at, like, approaching strangers, though. I've kind of had to, in regards to buying a house. Because I'm in the process of buying a house at the moment. The thing might be a bit loud. I'm going to turn it down a little bit. If I can find the... That'll do, I guess. Might have already been quiet enough, but I don't trust it. But yeah, I've been... One of the things I've been really busy with lately is trying to find a house to buy. Like, properly. Not rent, buy. Because I've been on the rent circuit, and it wasn't really going anywhere, so I'm going to buy a house instead. But yeah, I've had to speak to so many people. I hate talking on the phone. Like, talking on Discord is one thing, right? I don't mind, like... Okay, I get nervous whenever I'm, like, entering a Discord call with someone I don't know. That always gets me nervous. But usually I can just get up and do it, and I'll get comfortable very quickly. Phone calls are entirely different. I hate talking on the phone. Because sometimes people have such a shit quality phone that I can't hear them properly, and I get really self-conscious when I ask someone to repeat what they just said because I didn't hear them properly. It's a horrible feeling. We're just like, I can't hear you. Please repeat that and speak more clearly. Because then it makes me feel like, oh, they might think I'm stupid. They might think that I mean, I am stupid, but, like, they might think I'm stupid in a bad way, I guess. I mean, I have hearing comprehension problems anyway, so talking on the phone is even worse. But I've been getting a bit better at it because of just about the sheer amount of people I've had to speak to on the phone so far, like, stranger-wise, just to, like, get things into motion for buying a house. I'm getting a little used to it, where I feel confident enough where I'm just like, okay, this person has put me into contact with this other person to sort out this problem. Now I have to go speak to them. I feel more confident in doing that now. I don't dilly-dally, I just do it. You have to focus everything just understanding the words. Yeah, exactly. And the worst part is, a lot of the time I'm making these calls, I'm at work, because that's, like, the only time of the day I can, like, get it to do, because I finish work at, like, 6 PM, and most places are closed. Most people, like, have finished their work by then. So, I'm at work, making these calls, and people will still try to speak to me or tell me things while I'm clearly on the phone. I'm just like, no, please, I can't comprehend these two streams of information. Shut up. I am ignoring you because it's for my own good. It's not because I hate you or anything. It's just, I'm focused on this. Let me focus on this, okay? I swear some people just don't get the memo, though. They're just like, oh, could you, oh, just real quick. And I'm just like, no! Phone call! Important! But yeah, my brain doesn't like doing those things. But hey, maybe it'll get me, maybe it'll allow me to better organize collabs in the future, because I don't really do those at the moment. Mostly because approaching people is awkward. And also, I don't know enough people in my time zone. The times I'm usually available to actually do stuff are not times that align with other people most of the time. Especially on stream. It's really awkward trying to find time to do it on stream with other people. Because I barely know any other, like, British YouTubers or, like, European VTubers in the first place. But maybe that'll improve at some point. There needs to be, like, a British hub for, like, VTubers. Like, for British VTubers. We need to look out for each other. But I barely know any of them. That's just a coping mechanism for me. It's not for the benefit of the community. It's for the benefit of me! Because if it's in a community environment, then I can approach people a lot easier. There are witnesses. They can gang up on me if I say something wrong, but they can also help me out if they see me struggling. No one ever does that, but it's the wishful thinking that spurs you forward. I'm kind of just talking about nothing now. But yeah, just having a look at some of the things I have lined up here. So, oh, let's talk about that, actually. So, as probably everyone here knows by now, because I made a big ruckus about it, I posted a YouTube video the other day, which is pretty big for me, because when do I ever post YouTube videos that aren't shorts? I posted a proper YouTube video because I cut together some highlights from the Voices of the Void streams. And, yeah, I'm happy with it, but I'm also, like, welcome to critique of it and stuff. If you haven't seen it for whatever reason already, then please divert yourself to my YouTube channel and view it at your own leisure, and be sure to give it a like as well. Even if you didn't like it, because I'm ordering you to like it. I need the likes! They're very important to me. Funny number goes up. Makes me happy. Dopamine! But no, expect more of those from now on. I'm going to try to make them weekly, if I can. For now, we'll focus on the Voice of the Void highlights, but I might make other types of videos as well. I know there's a whole bunch of offline playthroughs I've been wanting to do, so I might start just playing random games for video content. Because there's just some games you don't stream, right? Like, well, no, there's everyone streams, like, every game, right? Like, there's always going to be someone that streams, like, a certain type of game. But for me, personally, there are some games that just don't do as well for stream content, because maybe I just need to focus a lot harder, or maybe it's, like, a long, drawn-out gameplay where nothing interesting is happening. Maybe that's down to me for not making the downtime interesting, but for instance, like, Terraria. I've been playing a fuckload of Terraria lately, especially on the Calamity mod, but a lot of the time, it's just kind of like meandering about like mining and stuff, and I don't really think that's good engagement for a stream. I'm the kind of person that gets into the zone with that kind of thing. I feel zen when I'm just mindlessly like hammering away at blocks. And that that's relaxing to me, but I don't think it's really what people would want to see in a stream. But I don't know. Maybe it is as well. Because at the end of the day, I mean, these streams are just like hangouts for me. I enjoy these streams because I get to hang out with people that I don't usually get to hang out with that much. While also doing stuff that's fun. Sometimes I don't, because obviously there's going to be times where the stream is dead because no one's around. That can't really be helped because people have lives, they're busy. I have life, I'm busy. I think it's still fun, though. It's about making your own fun at the end of the day. Like my triple screened situation here. What props do I even have on here? Wait. Hold on. This is a hold up. Give me your memes. Give me your finest memes right now. Put them in the flash drive. Put them in. I got all three of me armed. I hope there isn't. Wait, this is a gun. I hope YouTube's not gonna like. I hope it's not gonna like lower the rank of my stream in the algorithm. Oh, who am I kidding? My thing's already at the bottom of the algorithm anyway. Can I like akimbo these? I have two. Yes, I have two right hands. What are you gonna do about it, huh? Yeah, but it's two times 3 is... Two times 3 is... 6. That was my brain, like, activating. That's what that sound was. My brain was activating. Like, wow, we. You got it, buddy. Yeah, I did math. I'm bad at math. I'm gonna put these away now. I don't want someone going to the stream and feeling like this random guys pointing guns at me. I don't think I'm welcome here. I was like, no, you're welcome. You matter. Stay a while and listen to the dank-ass beats of my M1911s going off. I really don't know what I want to do. I mean, we're like an hour and a half in. And I'm still just like... I don't, like, yeah, there are just days like this where, like, I was just so busy during my week up to this point where I was just like, I'll figure it out tomorrow. Like, on Monday, I always try to make a stream announcement on Monday, but when I'm not able to figure it out, I just go, I'll just leave it till Tuesday, I'll just leave it till Wednesday, I'll just leave it till Thursday, I'll just leave it till Friday. And Saturday tomorrow. I've got an entire day before that. I can figure it out then. I didn't figure anything out. Maybe it's just one of those cases where maybe I shouldn't have streamed today, but I wanted to make the effort. I don't actually regret it, actually. I think... What the hell was that? Something happened there. I mean, it's been a fun chat stream so far. I've had fun. It's been fun. It's probably not the most engaging content, but... it's content nonetheless. I wish I had my tablet with me, then maybe I could do some art stuff, but... I've actually been wanting to run a... I don't know about streaming a D&D game, but I've been wanting to... run a D&D game for, like, other VTubers lately. So I have been, like, designing something in some of my spare time. Just a one-shot, because I don't want to design a full-blown campaign and then no one's interested in it. I know in the past I've actually toyed with the idea of I made a form before, kind of proposing the idea to some people. And I remember I did get answers onto that form. Nothing came of it because I was just like, I actually have no idea what I'm doing, but it's good to see that people are interested. I love D&D. Yeah! So do I, Nia. But I'm like, I've been stuck in the role as a DM for like ages. I would love to play a game, but I'm not in a capacity. I don't know really any VTubers that are running like open D&D games right now, which is a big shame. In my time zone, at least, I'm pretty certain there's a lot of VTubers out there running games, but in my time zone, not so much. That's the main problem. But so, as a DM, I'll be able to set my own terms and stuff. And, you know, I have about 7 years experience as a DM by this point, which is not an insignificant amount. 7 years? It might be 6 years, but yeah, I might be planning a one-shot at some point. I'm getting some of it fleshed out, but when the time comes, I'll probably be opening forms again. But this time, I think the forms are going to be, excuse me, something in my throat. Basically, the forms are going to be interview, not interview, it's going to be a recruitment thing. So, like, one thing I've learned, from some other DMs when it comes to, like, inviting strangers to your game is to do an interview process. It sounds really strict and kind of, like, up my arse, maybe. But I think it's, like, when I read on it, it feels necessary because, you know, in the online medium, you kind of want to and need to get to know someone before you're comfortable accepting them into your game. And it isn't just going to be like, I don't want to make it apparent that this is going to be like, oh, anyone's welcome to join, because then, like, you know, the chemistry might not be there. The chemistry between a DM and a player is very important. I've been part of a lot of D&D games where a player and a DM, they either don't get along or they just don't mesh well. Both of those things are bad. Like, if they don't get along, then obviously things aren't really going to work out that well. But what I mean when I say they don't mesh well is a player isn't, like, you know, a player isn't vibing that well, but, like, they're just kind of going along with it anyway because, you know, they're committed to this now. But then the DM isn't really giving them any, like, assistance with it. There's just kind of, like, this discourse between the two of them, and neither one is, like, trying to make it better. And other things like that. Like, there's a whole number of factors, but at the end of the day, like, I want to find a group that, you know, most importantly, I'm comfortable with. I think interviews are necessary for that. Because I'm just that kind of guy. I'm not a good enough DM that can slot anyone into my game and I'll be like, yeah, I can work with this. Absolutely not. But I will say nepotism will prevail if I have current VTuber friends that want to play a D&D one-shot with me DMing it, I would probably accept them because for some reason you're already friends with me, so you skipped the queue. Like, you skip to the front of the queue and, like, you've acquainted yourself with me, and for some reason you haven't run away yet, so there's got to be something there, right? Yeah, I think it'll be fun. And then if I get the one-shot done, and then, like, you know, then I have a module, I can repeat that for other people I want to do. But then it's just like, if things work out, like, that group's just, like, really good, and they want more, then I'll make more. Simple. Could be a lot of fun. And obviously there'll be the option on whether the game is streamed or not streamed. I recall that before, people that answered my survey wanted the game to be streamed. Only a couple of people liked the idea of an off-stream game, which I guess makes sense, because when you're playing as your VTuber, you want it to be for content, right? You want to play a D&D game for content when it's with other VTubers. If it's an offline thing, then it's more of an actual thing between friends, but being an offline game means I can get away with more stuff that I can't do on stream. And I'm not talking about creepy loot shit, alright? I'm talking about copyrighted shit. Because as a DM, one of the things I love doing the most is incorporating my favorite video game soundtracks into my D&D campaigns, because it's POG. I can't exactly do that on stream, can I? Unless I want to get copyright striked. Unless I don't archive the streams. But if I'm not archiving the streams, then what's the point in streaming them, you know? Because, I mean, let's be honest, like, I'm not, like, at this current stage, I'm not a streamer or a VTuber of massive notoriety. I think there'd be as much benefit to my current viewers to do this in a Discord call, like streaming in a Discord rather than streaming it on Twitch or something. You can set OBS to not save an audio channel during the VOD. That's true. So when it exports, it'll just not have the music. The problem with that, though, is that the people that... So, I mean, obviously, it's not a problem for the people involved, because they'll hear the music, the viewers won't. I don't like that discourse, though, because it's kind of like the disconnect of people reacting to something that's not there for other people. So, say I put an iconic soundtrack on and people react to that in the game. And then for the viewers, they don't hear anything. I could put something else on, but it's still a bit of a disconnect. I don't like that discourse. Like, I could do that, but I feel like it's taking away something for the viewers. So I'd rather try to cultivate an environment where we're all kind of on the same page. You can have a widget on screen that shows the name of the track playing when it plays. Oh, that's a clever idea, actually. Yeah, then they can play it along for themselves. Ooh. Oh. This deserves further rumination. I might consider it. I need to blow my nose. Give me a second. Hi, hello? So I went to blow my nose, and then I like turned back to my computer. I was looking for my headset, even though there's still music playing in my ears. I was like, where the hell is my headset gone? And then like, I put my hands on my head, I was like, oh. Brainlet moment! MX has a single brain cell working overtime today. Please understand. I'm just a silly boy. All right. I'm working very hard to do nothing this stream. But yeah, Neo, I like your ideas. I might talk to you more in private about setting this whole thing up, since you seem to be rolling out the great ideas regarding it. But yeah, a D&D game will be a thing at one point. When? I don't know. I'm just kind of chipping away at it slowly. It'll be ready when it's ready. It could be this year, it could be next. It's probably going to be next year at this point, because I don't want to rush into it. And, you know, like, the closer it gets to the end of the year, the more pressure I feel to make it, like, a special seasonal event. But I don't really want to do that as, like, a first off thing, so probably just leave it as it is. But yeah, God, I want to play a game as well. I want to play D&D as well. I want to play, like, a normal fantasy game. I haven't done that in, like, years, like, literally. I could just go into Roll20 and find a group like that, but, you know, I wanna find people in this community that are doing it. I am never invited to D&D games. Hey, Scarlet, I am inviting you to a D&D game. There. Now your claim has no substance to it. I just debunked your claim. Huh? Yeah, I invited you just to debunk you. But yeah, like, I think, yeah, I mean, first things first, I would invite friends. That's about the most important thing. If I have enough friends to start with, then that's great. Like, if anything, I might use my friends, no, not the formatting! No! No! Oh, I gotta hide. Whoop! Whoop! I'm not trying to figure out how to get back. You are. Where am I? Where am I? It's dark down here. Ugh, okay, I'm done being gone. Is the coast clear?
Pretty boy.
Yes, hello. I'm the pretty boy. Hello. But yeah. As for what the one shot's gonna be about, the D&D one shot. Do you like trains? You ever seen the movie Bullet Train? That's all I'm gonna say about it. Bullet Train's a pretty good movie though. Yes! Yes! Oh, I love that movie. I watched that with I watched it for the first time with I only watched it a few weeks ago. I was visiting a friend because we were going to a wrestling event together. And we were just kind of like, we ordered food and we were just like, do you want to watch a movie? And I was just like, yeah, let's watch a movie. We're just like going through movies. I was like, you know, I've always been meaning to see Bullet Train because I've heard good things about it. So we just watched Bullet Train and I was like, wow, that was brilliant. I love that movie. So then I watched it again like a week later with other friends. And I was just like, I love this movie even more. Efficient public transport. Yes. This one shot will be covering all the wonders of efficient public transport in a fantasy setting. I gotta rewatch it, it's really good. I've watched it 3 times in the last few weeks. It's so good. I wanna host like I wanna host a watch together evening in the Discord just to watch Bullet Train again. Just to have an excuse to watch it again. I only saw it in theaters. I never saw it in theaters. That's like the thing about I don't see a lot of things in the theaters anymore. Just because I just don't have people to go with, and I don't really like going out to cinemas on my own. But God, I love going out to cinemas when I actually have people that want to go with me. And IMAX. IMAX is also great. I saw Godzilla vs. King Kong, the new one, in the IMAX, and that was brilliant. I love that. Just a great old time. But yeah, it's a kind of a rarity for me, so I often see things on demand when they come out on demand. It's like, it's probably how I'm gonna watch, what's that movie coming out soon on demand? Alien Romulus. I'm gonna be watching that with friends in like a couple weeks' time when that comes out. I think it's on the 18th. Seeing Godzilla movies in theaters is a must. I never saw -1 in the theater. I could. Okay, story time. I physically could not see Godzilla -1 in the theater because I was on my Malta assignment at the time. I was stuck in Malta during the entire, like, time that -1 was on in cinemas. And for some reason, the cinemas in Malta, none of them were airing Godzilla. Like, none of them. I don't know why, but they just weren't showing that movie in that country. And I completely missed the window. I was so bummed out that I couldn't see it. Actually awful. Wrong hole! Wrong hole! Don't! The gamer subs do not go in the lungs! I did finally see -1 recently, though. I saw the black and white version first. I really like the black and white version. It's really cool. And then I watched bits of the colored version afterwards, but the black and white one hits different. Great movie, though. I think there's one cool thing I would like to see with -1 is that when Godzilla does like the big atomic breath, I kind of wish that color would just kind of like explode onto the screen through his like radioactive spines, and then the beam is just like full color before it returns to black and white. I think that would just be such a cool edit. Just like showing, oh, he's full of nuclear energy. It's completely distorting reality. I don't know. That's just a personal thing for me. Yeah, there's a Lord of the Rings anime. Well, I knew there was a Lord of the Rings anime. I didn't know it was actually a movie. But yeah, that is a thing. Let me pull that up. For myself, obviously. Yeah, Lord of the Rings, The War of the Rohirrim? I don't know if I'm saying that right. The War of the Rohirrim. War of the Rohirrim? Definitely sounds like something. Yeah, like, this looks great. This looks cool. It is a theatrical release, December the 13th. In the United States. It only says the United States. I guess it's going to be a special broadcast in other countries, but... I mean, I'd definitely like to see that. That was a thing. I was meant to be visiting America for Christmas. I'm not doing it anymore, because, personal things got in the way. Man, that would have been perfect. I would have been, like, there for that. God damn it. I will visit America eventually, though. One day. Technically, I have visited before, but I remember nothing of it, so... It's probably best to say that I've never been to the United States of the A. But yeah, this looks cool. I hope it doesn't take it too long to, like, come to, on demand and stuff. But yeah, like, I wanna get... Comptoir. What? Why did you have to say it like that? I'll be there eventually. one day, I will disgrace the United States with my presence. Just not this year. Yeah, like, because it is expensive as all hell to, like, get over there from here. Unreasonably so. Plus, they make it, like, super difficult for us. The land of eagles and guns and burgers. I'm a fan of at least 2 of those things. But I can't wait for, like, just the massive culture shock I'm gonna get from this, like, American stuff. In contrast to, like, British things. God, throat is fucked. You have to travel along the undersea cabling to get here. Yeah, yes, Nia. I have to do a marathon running across the undersea cables. If so, do you get eat? It's not the sharks you have to worry about. What you have to worry about are the sperm whales. They go all eldritch abomination on you when you go too deep. Like, at some point, you're just walking across the cable, and then suddenly you see all these whales suspending themselves vertically around you. They're like T-posing threateningly at you, making these like low humming noises. Do you know that a whale's sonar can cause physical harm to you? You know, like those high-pitched whale songs that they make that you can like hear on like special recording equipment? If you're actually near whales when they make those calls, it will probably fuck you up. Because those things are so high frequency that they can go through water. Yeah. Vibro death. It's like the whole thing of it's what a ship sonar does to a person in the water. We can weaponize sea creatures. I played Command & Conquer Red Alert, so have I. I remember what the United States military did to those dolphins. Those dolphins became commandos of the sea. A danger to Soviet battleships. To be fair, the Soviets brainwashed giant squids to do the bidding. That's kind of more terrifying than a dolphin with a sonar cannon, but, you know. But yeah, I actually used that in a D&D game one time. Because in a D&D game one time, we were all, like, in a boat, like a big, like, private boat. And, there were, like, some mutants in the water that were trying to attack the boat. And because they were coming up on the sonar. And then I had to have an argument with the DM, just like, hang on a minute. If those are, like, mutants in the ocean, like, coming up to attack the boat, wouldn't the sonar be injuring them? And then we had, like, a discussion for about 20 minutes before he was just like, okay, so I think the sonar is actually damaging them. And we were just like, fuck yeah! Weaponize the sonar! So every turn we got to activate the sonar, it was just doing flat damage to these things. And they had to change their tactics because they just realized, hey, if we try to just face roll the boat, this sonar thing is really hurting our lungs and insides. And then they started jumping onto the decks, and that was actually terrifying. That might have been a whole lot worse, but it was fun. When logic prevails in a game of D&D. At the end of the day, that's what happens when a DM decides to cooperate with his players rather than be stubborn against them. Speaking of which, well, on the matter of movies, like we were talking about before, who's ready for Gladiator 2? Because I've been seeing, like, lots of, like, good things about Gladiator, so it seems promising. And, I just want to make it abundantly clear, I am not biased whatsoever towards the Gladiator 2 movie, just because I worked on it. Alright? No bias whatsoever. I'm just saying, objectively, it sounds like a pretty good movie. It seems like a good movie. So I recommend that people go check it out and see what they think for themselves when it comes out in November. It's November something, right? Gladiator 3, we don't talk about that. Not yet. Yeah, November the 15th. In the UK. I don't know if that's worldwide. Are you not entertained? I say as I stream.
Hey, that's pretty good.
I mean, I'll probably see it if I get invited to a screening. Because usually what happens for people that work on it, they'll get invited. They'll have several screenings for, like, different departments. Like, obviously, there's, like, a super bougie, like, private screening for, like, the actors and the executives. But then, like, certain parts of, like, the rest of the crew will get invited to these private screenings at theaters. Usually before the release date. I would expect, like, early November before then. We might get invited to a screening, which would be cool. I'd get the scoop on I'd be able to give you a firm and accurate answer on whether it's actually worth seeing or not. Also, one of the cases where I get to go to a theater to watch something. In that case, it's because I get to do it for free. I usually get a +1 though, so I might be able to bring a friend. A couple of names come to mind. A couple of candidates come to mind. None to mention here, but it'll definitely be an interesting time when it happens. Speaking of that, actually, I've almost finished work on my current project. I got held on for another week. They literally just told me, like, not, like, within the last, like, well, yesterday, actually. They told me yesterday that I'm staying on for an extra week, so my end date for this job is actually going to be the 11th of October, not the 4th, as was initially forecasted. Which means there's gonna be a bit more time before I have more time to do streams and stuff and activities. But it is coming, it is going to happen where I'm gonna be, hopefully, doing more stuff around here. It's just delayed a little bit because you can't control these things. Real life just happens. I don't know why they kept me on for an extra week. I kind of have an idea, but ultimately I don't really know the reason. It's annoying, but I've been doing this for over 10 years now. Like, that's just how the industry goes. Shit happens on, like, a daily basis, and that can change things for, like, the next several months. Shit is just, like, crazy. But yeah. There's gonna be a lot of cool things to come for MX, hopefully. And by extension, for the fanwares. We've got a lot of things cooking. Well, things that I'm trying to cook. Things that are being put back on the shelf. For instance, when I do finish work, I'm going to have a month off. It's not just going to be spent on things for this channel. I'm also going to be trying to make a game during that time. Or at least a prototype of a game that I could then maybe get funded. Or it'll just be a prototype for something that I can post as like a proof of concept. And then see where I go from there. I just want to demonstrate to myself that I can make something during that time off. It's probably going to be a visual novel, since that's where my area of expertise currently lies. So I've got like all kinds of ideas. Well, I say all kinds of ideas. I've got 1 or 2 ideas that I might run with. I'm toying with 2 different like story ideas right now that would make for like, both of them would make for like a reasonably good short story. One of them is, I don't know how marketable they are. One of them is like a pretty like warm, light-hearted story. The other kind of leans into psychological territory a bit. Kind of like in the same vein as something like it's like a psychological dystopian kind of thing, you know. Think something along the lines of Psycho Pass, or Madoka Magica, if you've seen those animes, or engaged with those series. Something more on the lines of like that. So it's either going to be thrillers. Would you call them psychological thrillers? I wouldn't call them thrillers, I don't think. Psycho Pass is definitely a thriller. Yeah, it's like it's either a light-hearted family story or a psychological thriller. So two very different ideas. I feel like I have an idea of which idea is going to be a lot more popular with more people that I know. But we'll see what happens. Obviously, in terms of, like, plans for, like, art and stuff, well, obviously I plan to do the writing and the programming myself, since, Ren'Py is a fairly easy engine to use and learn with. Art-wise, this is gonna be, so this is gonna be a little controversial of me. I'm sure some people are going to, don't forget to test it. Yeah, I know. I'm a game developer, okay? I know I need to test things. But, I know some people might ostracize me for this, but I do plan to use a bit of AI tools to help me with some of the sectors that I'm not especially good in with this game. Not for monetary benefits, for the sake of prototyping this game. Like I said before, the important thing that I want with this game is a proof of concept that I can present to people. And I want to use AI tools to kind of deliver that proof of concept to expedite it, so I don't have to spend even more time learning these things, because I don't have like a lot of time free to like dedicate to this project as it is. Obviously I could chip away at it over time, but I feel like this is, I mean, I could be entirely wrong on this. I feel like this is a more ethical way of using AI tools, because all I'm doing is I'm using them to further proof my concept. So here's the thing, why don't you hire an artist to help you? So this isn't for monetary gain, which also means I'm not going to be funding this project immediately. The moment money gets involved, then yes, I will look at hiring artists. But for now, I just want to demonstrate an idea. I want to present an idea to someone, and then, you know, once that idea catches on and I get a better idea where I want to take the project, then I'll start looking at hiring actual artists to help me finalize the product. But the idea is that I want to prototype something. So it's not going to be like monetizing it anyway, and it's not going to be like I own any of this. It's not just an artist glowing it up. It's once I have a solid foundation for the prototype, and I know that this is I know the direction I want to take it in, and I know that, okay, this is the idea I'm rolling with, I want to make a deliverable with this now. Then I want to hire an artist at that point. I'll show them the prototype and be like, yes, I've used AI tools to fill in this area and fill in this area, but none of this is contributing to the final project. These are just here as placeholders. What I want from you as an artist is to work with me to create from this, essentially. I don't know if I'm like explaining that correctly, but like the company I work for always makes use of AI in the concepting phase. Like, that I believe that's what AI is good for. Exactly. AI is what I found AI to be really good for, and I've spoken at length with another friend of mine who's like they're a very like serious artist, and they're very much like an artist that holds on to like the traditional values of art. And I've spoken at them with length about this, and you know, I've seen like both sides of the argument. Like, we have concept artists for this kind of thing, right? And obviously, concept artists like are a very integral part to a lot of design processes. AI can do concept art. AI, like, and a lot of people will use AI for concepting art, but at the same time, exactly, yeah. The thing about a concept artist is you tell them the vibe you want. It's like AI. It's like when you use an AI art generator. You give a concept artist a prompt, and they will give you something. Now, the difference here is that with an actual, like, concept artist, they're actually going to give you something creative. They're going to give you something unique, something, like, something very unique to them. And it could be, like, a bunch of wildly different ideas as well. Different interpretations of your prompt. When you're using AI, you're kind of saturating your results. Like, you can get a lot more concepts on the board, but it's going to be derivative. It's not going to be, like, unique. But that in itself is a different concepting process, I believe. So, with an actual concept artist, it's like you're getting that specific artist's different interpretations of something. Whereas with the AI, it's kind of like casting a wide net. And then you can kind of look at, like, a bunch of AI pieces and be like, I like this tiny little piece on this AI-generated piece. And then you do that for, like, multiple AI pieces, and then you kind of stitch them together. Or maybe that's what you give a concept artist. And then you tell them, like, these are, like, I've used AI generation to, like, make a bunch of these things that I like. I want you to look at these and kind of, like, stitch them together and figure something out. I think that's a good use for AI. I know some artists probably prefer descriptions, but sometimes visual aids are just so powerful that sometimes they're just what's needed. Well, not needed, but, like, they're preferable. That's exactly what I'm saying, Scarlett. Yeah, yeah. You basically put it more you basically put it a lot more what's the word? The word is, like, confounding me right now. You've summarized it better. I think AI in a lot of these creative processes is a great brainstorming mechanism. It's good for generating ideas. Yeah, eloquent. Eloquent's another word for it, yeah. You've surmised it in a more... concise! That's the word! You have... yeah, thank you. Our brain cells are on the same wavelength. But yeah. Yeah, you put it in a more concise manner. It's, yeah, I know AI is really controversial, and I don't want to step on anyone's toes with, like, the stuff that I do with it, but also there are ways... I look at what the technology can do rather than what I look at what it can do rather than what I want it to do. And for brainstorming ideas, sometimes, like, for instance, when I'm designing a character for a story, sometimes I just want to put a face to it. I'll put a prompt into an AI generator and just be like, spit out things at me until I see something that gives me an idea. And then it will give me an idea, and I'm just like, okay, I can work with this. And then that kind of evolves in my own mind into something else over time. And then eventually, like, I could go to an actual artist and give them a better description of something. Because the AI has helped me, like, kind of collect my ideas together. And I think that's what AI should be, and that's what it should remain as. I'm completely against a lot of people using AI to create final products of stuff. Like, you've got all these artists on Twitter mass dumping AI-generated images for clout on their channels. And then you've also got, like, people internally, like, there's a lot of studios that are now using AI pictures for promotional art and stuff. And I think that's not a good... no, yeah, it's not... it shouldn't be used to cut corners. It should be used to assist a process that's already there. Like, obviously, like, that's a shortcut in itself. It's like saying, I'm gonna use the gradient tool to, like, make a cool, like, overlay effect on something. It's like, it's kind of a shortcut to something that you can do in a different way, but, like, it's a different creative process, and I think that's fine. But then when it gets to the point of just, like, hey, like, we're just gonna make, like, 10 different promotional images with AI because it's cheaper and quicker than hiring artists to do it. I think that's where it kind of just gets like, okay, this is gonna cause the industry to suffer. And it is! The industry is suffering because of it. I've always had this stance on AI where it's just like, the corporations are going to ruin it. I think, like, I mean, no, everyone's going to ruin it because, like, we as, like, a species, at our, like, core, we're going to prioritize what benefits us most selfishly. And what benefits us most selfishly is going to be, like, you know, cutting corners. And that's what they're going to do. And I don't like that. But I also disagree with the idea of just boycotting it because of that, if that makes sense. I know some people probably disagree with me on that, but, like, if I can use it in what I think is the right way, then I will do that. Because that's what I think is right. If people want to correct me on that, that's fine, but they should actually correct me on it, instead of just saying, you're a terrible person for advocating this. I'm not advocating it. I'm using it in the most ethical way I can because I am, like, I'm interested in what this technology can do for myself. At the end of the day, I'm still being selfish about it, but, like, it's a different kind of selfishness. There's definitely, capitalism is designed to snuff out creativity. Yeah. It's always about productivity. I know it too much because I work in an industry that's always transformed by that notion. Productivity over creativity. I've seen it in real time. Like, I've worked in film for over 10 years, and over time it's become clear that the creative things they used to do in films are just being snuffed out for the sake of efficiency because, why would we spend money on making this one shot look memorable and amazing when we could just do it cheaper for CGI and then we can invest that money into more quality of life for our actors, or we can invest it into marketing and make the investors happy. There's definitely good and bad uses for it. I think it's fine to use in creative process, it's not doing work for you. Yeah. Don't let it do the work for you. It's just like... I know that there's always going to be someone that makes an argument against it. There's always going to be someone that makes an argument for it. I think it's just finding the degree of using it to what you're comfortable with. I think the most important thing for artists that do want to use AI tools to assist their creative process is just never to talk about it. Just don't. And that's what my friend has done. My friend never mentions anything. They sometimes use AI tools in their creative process to make drawings. But they don't talk about it to anyone but me. Like, why would they? They have no reason to. It's like... obviously, if someone asks, like, oh, how did you do, like, the colors on this? And then, you know, you might mention as part of it, just like, oh, you know, I used an AI for this. I used an AI to get, like, a general idea of this, and then I went over it like this and that and this and that. You know, it should be part of the process. It's like, it's like a component of, like, a much bigger thing, rather than just... So, like, if you ask an artist, like, oh, how did you, how did you do the coloring on this? And they just go, oh, I just used AI. If that's it, then it's just like, okay, okay. I kind of respect you less for that. But if they go, like, I created it, like, I used AI to, like, create an initial draft for how I want to do the color palette, and then I adapted off of it with my own technique, and then I spent hours doing this and stuff, and then it's just like, okay, no, that's fine. That's what it's made for. That's cool. But I think, as a malware demon myself, I think I'd like to say that AI is kind of going in... I don't want to say a scary direction, but I think it's going in a wrong direction in terms of what it's being used for. Because I think AI is evolving... I won't say it's evolving too quickly, I think it's evolving in the wrong ways. Because right now, you have stuff like... You have like, stable diffusion, you have stuff like deepfake, you have, like, what's it called? Suno? It's like the program that allows you to type a prompt in and it just spits out music at you. I think it's called Suno AI. You have these programs that can just let you do things. They're open to the public. So anyone can just grab these tools and just pump out this crap and claim it as their own. I think that's where it's gone wrong, because now that, I mean, it being accessible as a tool to everyone is not a bad thing. It's just the lack of regulation is a bad thing. There's no regulation for a lot of AI-generated content. And they're struggling to put things into place because it's evolving so quickly. Like, when Stable Diffusion first came out and there became concerns of, like, plagiarism and stuff, we all saw news about how, like, lawmakers and stuff would, like, okay, we need to put this into consideration, and we're gonna, like, start talking about this. But that shit takes time. AI is evolving so quickly that they can't have those talks in time, because by the fact that they come to a consensus, the AI has already changed the way it works. The fact that it's... Exactly, it's derivative. The fact that it's derivative is the feature. Never in my life did I expect AI image generation to be a thing. I don't think any of us expected it. Like, when you think, like, back, like, 20 years ago, when you think about, like, not even 20 years ago, like, back, like, 12 years ago, if you, like, said to someone, how do you imagine artificial intelligence in, like, the future? People would think, like, you know, sentient robots that can, like, have conversations with you, or, like, robots that can do our jobs for us. Which, you know, robots that do our jobs for us is kind of close to what this is, but it's not like, it's not jobs like that. When you say that, it's like, oh, I imagine, like, AI that can do things like metalworking for us, or AI that can bag groceries for us. Not generate art. I don't think a lot of people expected that AI would be able to generate art. And then I'm kind of reminded of that one moment in Detroit Become Human. If anyone's, like, playing or seen gameplay of that game, you remember that moment in Detroit Become Human where, like, I think it's the rich guy, like, orders his, like, he, like, asks his robot, or he asks his, like, personal android to, like, do some artwork, to, like, paint a picture. And then the android's, like, confused at first. He's just like, what do I do? And then, like, the guy's just like, just do what you think is best. And then you get, like, different choices for the android to do the painting, like, or you could do it, like, with cold, rational reason and stuff like that. And people are just like, yeah, this is what the future of AI is. This is, like, AI generating, like, things for itself. But that's not the reality we're in. AI is built off derivative data. At the end of the day, AI is not a machine that can create processes for itself. Or rather... Sorry, I'm just reading the chat right now. Blah, 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 blah. AI in the context of text and image generation is just a predictive model. It attempts to predict what a human would do based on all the... Yeah, exactly. AIs are data processing machines. They can process what's already there, but they can't conceive what isn't there. You can teach an AI so much about what we know, but an AI can't do something that a human cannot do. It can only do what humans do very efficiently. Right? No, wait, that's wrong. No. No, that's... I have an idea in mind of what I'm trying to say, but that's not what I mean. Like, no, there's a lot of things an AI can do... There's a lot of things that a human can do that an AI can't do. It can only copy what we do. No, I'm trying to say something here. I'm trying to wax philosophical. I'm in the thinker pose right now. But my brain cell is like... My brain cell is struggling. I mean, that's exactly what Nia's been saying, though. Like, AI just copies us. AI only copies us because it can only do what we tell it to do. That's it. So AI making art, AI is not making art. It's generating an interpretation of art based on what information we've given it. I need to I'll be right back. I need to refill my gamer subs. For my next round of gamer subs, I've mixed cherry with pomegranate. Let's give it a taste test. Oh, that's good. Oh, that might be my new favorite combo. You should buy... Hey, Scarlet, you should buy some gamer subs right now. They have all kinds of wicked flavors. And you know what the best thing is? They have a bunch of cups that have cute anime girls on them. Never had it before. There's never a better time to start than now. This is how I send people down the rabbit hole. Just think of like your favorite flavor or something. They'll probably have a flavor for it. And then find a cup with like... Find a cup with a hot anime girl on it. Maybe of your favorite VTuber. And then... But actually, you know what the best thing is? If you just buy a cup by itself from GamerSups, it comes with like 5... It comes with 5 like taster packs of flavors. You get like an envelope with 5 different sample flavors in it. So like you can like get a preview of it. You can just get the cup. Like the cup can be used for other things. It doesn't have to be for gamer subs. You can use it for protein shakes. You can use it for like, I mean, you shouldn't do it, but you can put like your into it, I guess. It wouldn't retain the heat like a thermos does, but like you could do that. Or you can just drink water from it. How much are they anyway? From what I recall, a Gamer Subs cup will set you back about $25. I use the US store because the European store is always slow to get stuff. And sometimes the European store doesn't even get some of the limited edition stuff. So I order straight from Gamer Subs HQ. Yeah, so $25 is how much a cup is. Usually limited editions, but you also get like the 5 sample pack. Is it 5? It looks more like 4. It might be 4. It's 4 or 5 sample flavors with it. The Gamer Subs themselves are quite expensive, but you get a lot of servings in them. So I usually get the caffeine-free stuff because I drink a lot of Gamer Subs, and if it all had caffeine in it, I would probably have... my blood pressure would probably skyrocket. So a tub a tub of gamer subs or caffeine-free gamer subs is $40. $40. But that's 100 servings. You got 100 servings in like a $40 tub. So what? That's like 40 cents. Is that 40? Yeah, that's 40 cents a serving. In my opinion, it's not bad for its price. Yeah, they got all kinds of like flavors. Some of them are brands for like all your favorite internet personalities and VTubers, such as Opera GX. There is an official Opera GX flavor that I have. You got a Moist Critical flavor. You got, you know, of course, you got the Shy Lily flavor. Lots of cool stuff. And yeah, the cup, like, honestly, as far as this kind of stuff goes, I find it's actually cheaper than a lot of things in similar fields. Because these cups, right, you could easily use, like, if you look on the website and see GamerSupps cups, they're like, these are like the kind of cups that you can use for like a protein shaker. And if I look at something like Huel or something, their cups are almost always like 30 quid or something for me. So GamerSupps is already cheaper. For me personally, anyway. I'm gonna stop being a shill because they're not actually paying me to do this. Sorry about that. I went into salesman mode. But yeah, what are we talking about? Oh yeah, we're talking about AI. AI is often misused. That's bad, but it has its good bits about it. But yeah, like I was saying before with the AI discourse and like using AI to make my prototype, it's also because like I have money at the moment, but I don't have the money to hire an artist fully for a project like this, because when you're hiring an artist for something like a VN, the price goes way up. Like, commissioning an artist for something one-off, like, you know, that's whatever. But when you're hiring an artist to work on this project, that's, like, gonna be, like, a good portion of the project is going to be art. Like, you have CGs to consider, you've got UI to consider, you've got sprites to consider. The price starts ramping up crazily for, like, a personal budget. And I just don't have that money right now to hire an artist, because I'm trying to buy a house. And houses are quite expensive in the UK, so I need all the money I can get for that. You could argue that maybe I should wait until after I've bought the house to, like, do this, but then I'll always be trying to save money for, like, buying stuff for my house. At the end of the day, I want to try and, like, make something out of my little project. Which is why, like, if I made a prototype using AI, then I could crowdfund it. Maybe. This is very wishful thinking, by the way. This is like best case scenario if it does work, which it probably wouldn't work out like this. But let's say I get a prototype for a visual novel going, I have a solid idea for it, it's presentable, I can release it as a free demo with the disclaimer that I've used AI tools in this and it's not representative of the final product whatsoever. I release that and I'm just like, this is my idea. I want to develop on this idea, I want to make something bigger out of it. Give me money. Give me money for this. And then, say people actually like the idea, they're like, yeah, I'll do that. I get a bunch of money. Cool. Now I've raised a bunch of money of this idea, I can actually get rid of all the AI content in my game and replace it with actual stuff by using the money that people are giving me to make this thing. It's basically it's a pitch to the investors. And whether those investors are going to be private ones or whether it's going to be like publicly crowdfunded, I don't know. It depends which of the course is better. But like that's generally like that's how I want to approach the game development, because my personal funds are going elsewhere. Obviously, there are people that have invested all their personal money into making their like passion project games, and more power to them. Like, they worked very hard for those projects to get out there, and I hope that they are prospering with those ideas. But I'm not in a position to do that right now because I have other priorities. And it's a side project for me. Like, I would love for something like this to become my main thing, but I just can't afford to put all my eggs in one basket to focus on it as a main project right now because I have a full main-time job that demands a lot of my focus. In addition to the streaming and content creation gig I'm trying to do on the side for fun, because it keeps me sane, and trying to buy a house. It's a lot. I wish I had the intentions, man, to single-handedly make a game. I wish I had it too. That's why I'm like taking a month off from work to see if I can actually do it. If I come out at the end of this month without having anything to show for it, I'm gonna be incredibly depressed for a while. I'll just be like, man, I didn't fucking do anything. I'm just gonna crawl into a hole and die or something. And like, it definitely helps to keep the ball rolling. Yeah, that's what I want to try and do. Because I've had this habit in the past of when I'm off from work, all that's in my mind is just like, I'm exhausted, I want to rest. And I rest, and I rest, and I rest. And that rest eventually turns into, like, laziness. And that laziness turns into lethargy. And that lethargy turns into, like, what's it called? Depression. Where I can't motivate myself to do anything. And I just get into this perpetual slump to do anything. And the only thing that gets me back on track is, hey, I have a new, and is like the next contract that comes in. Eventually I'll get the next work contract, and those should be like, oh, I guess I have to get the ball rolling again because now my work is calling. And then that's when I get my life back on track and I start going back on like, oh, now that I'm working, I want to do other things. Oh, I could do this, I could do that. So when I get the time off, I'm going to do these things. And then the time comes off and I fall back into the same pattern of resting, doing nothing, falling into, like, unmotivated purgatory. I want to change it up. I want to break that habit this time. I'm going to do my best to break that habit and actually do something in my life, because holy crap. It's happened too many times now. Whether, maybe I'll do it... Obviously, I'm going into this with the entire idea that I'm going to do it by myself. Because at the end of the day, if I want to get other people involved, they have to have a reason to get involved with me, right? And I can't really think of a reason anyone would want to get involved with me in some of these projects. Because one, they're highly personal to me. Two, I'm on, like, a huge time, like, limit here. Where this month I need to focus on this thing. I'm not sure that's going to align with the priorities of other people. And three, I don't want to pay anyone. Like, it's like, the thing about, asking help for other people is, like, usually there's going to be, like, a monetary expectation in it for some people. And I don't want to, like, make it about money at this stage. It's just about getting the idea out. I know there's probably a couple people that would love to work with me in that regard. I don't know. It's also, like, a personal thing of feeling like I don't want to, like... If this does end up going arse up, I don't want to have wasted your time. But maybe that's, like, motivation in its own right to not want to let the other person down. I don't know. I think I'd be open to the idea of working with someone, but it would have to be the right person. And it would have to be, like... That'd have to be a level of, like, limited expectation with it, if that makes sense. We're just shooting the shit here. Inspiration is really good for building up motivation, or momentum. Yeah. Inspiration and me have a very weird relationship. I suffer... I've said this before, I suffer a lot from ADHD, and that leaks into my inspiration. So, this is best represented by my D&D habits in the last few years, where I will get this great surge of inspiration from something, and immediately one of the first things I'll do is I'll make a D&D game with that inspiration. I'll be like, yo, I got a great idea for a D&D game, guys, with my usual D&D circle. I'll be like, I got a great idea for a D&D game. Who's in? Usually everyone's in for it. So I make the game, I run a couple sessions over, like, you know, a couple of weeks, and then suddenly a new idea pops up and inspires me. I'm just like, yo, this is really cool. I want to make something from this. But it completely conflicts with... It doesn't mesh well at all with the previous idea I had, so I'm just like, okay, guys, we're going to take a break from this for now. I'm making a new D&D game with this idea instead. And then all that transpires, and then it happens all over again. It's another habit I should break, but this one's a lot harder to break because my brain is wired to just, like, drift between ideas like this. So what I've been trying to do lately is, with my inspirations, I always try to tie them into 2 or 3 ideas I have on the table. And rather than try to generate something entirely new. So I have 3 ideas that I'm floating around right now for various projects. Whenever I inspiration, I try to consider, what can I do to tie this into one of these ideas that I'm already developing? Instead of trying to make it its own thing. It's been working okay so far. I haven't ran into a snag just yet. I'm just kind of worried that eventually I'll just get an idea that's just like, it doesn't fit anything. What do I do with this? Maybe that's the time where I have to discipline myself and be like, no! Bad MX! Bad brain cell. You stop that right now. You stop and you don't do anything with that. Alright? You just leave that there. And enjoy the moment for what it is. Don't touch any of these ideas. I don't know. But I'll try my best. I'm just rambling on about my personal problems right now. Like, I've always been good at talking bullshit. I talk a lot of bullshit about stuff that I never do. But hopefully this time it's going to be different. I'll actually do something for once. Yay, you and me. Thank you for the cheer. Woo woo! That's what I need. I need cheerleaders. That's what my fan wares are here for. To cheer me on, to do things. Don't do nothing, MX. Like, yeah, I'll do something! That's the reason why I became a VTuber. Was to get people to help me with motivational problems. But yeah, I think... Yeah, like, VNs aside. I haven't actually played a VN in a long time. I'm trying to remember what the last, like, visual novel I ever played was. That's not of illicit nature. I'm not going to talk about those ones. There's plenty of those ones to explore around with. I mean, I guess you could count Limbus Company as a VN. Well, no, but... it has a visual novel storytelling element to it. In addition to its combat. But you also, I'm talking about, like, pure visual novels. Like, the pure visual novel experience. It doesn't have, like, other gameplay components to it. It's just the visual novel. I don't remember the last one I played. Obviously, I'm a fan of a lot of the classics, like Muv-Luv and Fate Stay Night. Don't know if it's counted as one of the classics, but Magicoi will always be forever one of my favorite visual novels ever. Even though by modern day standards, I think the humor in it is a bit raunchy and crude. I mean, that's part of why I love it. It's outrageous. Magicoi is just completely outrageous. And it was very fun by, like, probably, like, mid-2000s? I'd say, like, 2010, like, idea for, like, visual novel humor and stuff. I think by today's standards, it might be a bit much. I mean, it's not a bit much for me, but it might be a bit much for, like, a wider audience. I mean, I think that was kind of like... I think that was kind of the vibe, because not long ago, Magical 8 got a Western release. Like, an official one. Before then, it was only a fan translation, which, in my opinion, was way better. But it did get released in the West, like, a few years ago. And it kind of just fell off the grid. I don't remember anyone really talking about it. Because I think at that point, everyone who was going to play it in English had already played it in English by patching the Japanese version. So I don't really know who they were marketing the official localization towards. So it definitely wasn't a new audience, because, I mean, I think it was through, was it through NIS America? It was through, like, no, it was with JAST. Okay. JAST, or JST. JAST USA, it came through. Well, actually, I mean, JAST aren't an insignificant localization company. They do a lot of, like, JRPGs, I think. In addition to, like, I mean, I'm looking at the list right now. Most of this list are, like, Erogos. Okay, maybe they haven't done as many RPGs as I thought they did. But that's the thing, right? They have a lot of Erogos on their localization list. So, like, it's not like their audience was a new market of, like, people. A lot of people in that market are already the people that are probably already patched the game. So it's just like, they didn't have a good reach for it. But I mean, that's neither here nor there. So basically, like, I feel like Western and Japanese VNs are two entirely different creatures at this point. And it's because, like, originally visual novels, I feel, were a purely Japanese concept. Or rather, our modern interpretation of the visual novel is based off the Japanese idea. I'm certain that there were Western games and media that used the rough idea of a visual novel, but they weren't ever considered as such. They're probably more considered as, like, interactive media or something. But nowadays, like, you know, this formula for the it's the Japanese, like, format for a visual novel, which is, you have your text box, you have your sprites, you have your CG backgrounds and stuff, and you have a soundtrack. It's basically, it's a visual book. It's what it says on the tin. You have, it's very dialogue and character driven, because all the details and description that would usually be in writing is presented to you via other means. It's either presented, like, through your ears with the soundtrack and sound effects, or it's demonstrated to you visually by the sprites in the background, and animations, if you have those. And that's, like, what we know as visual novels now. And, yeah, they're two entirely different things, because of what they are, they're so culturally driven. So the cultures in Japan, as far as I know, visual novels in Japan have remained kind of within their own lane when it comes to, like, their culture. They've remained firmly within the weeb culture. They've solidified their bracket in the demographic, and they don't really move from that. Western VNs are a lot more explorative. They tend to hit out to a wider audience than what Japanese ones do to their native audience, if that makes sense. Because, like, there's a lot of the meme-worthy Western VNs that have come out have hit such a wide audience. I mean, Doki Doki Literature Club, for instance, is probably the most infamous example of a visual novel that broke the mold and really entered the mainstream gaming market. Like, Doki Doki Literature Club is, like, so many people know that. Even people that would never even have heard of, like, some of the most classic and famous visual novels of Japanese gaming, but they will know Doki Doki Literature Club and might have even played it. And that's crazy to me. I mean, obviously, Doki Doki has other things going for it other than the VN, because, you know, it's analog. It's kind of like, it's a new type. At the time, it was like an innovative type of, like, meta horror game as well. They used the visual novel as a delivery format. But that did popularize that type of visual novel and other visual novels in the Western market. Created quite a boom of them, from what I remember. And other horror games as well. So, like, that game did, like, wild things. And because of that, like, we've gotten so many other, like, visual novels that just come out in the West, and they immediately resonate with a wide audience because people, like, oh, this is like Doki Doki Literature Club. I know that game. Simple. And I find that quite fascinating. Because it really makes you want, because it's all to do with how, this is all my opinion, by the way, it's all subjective. It all has to do with how visual novels are like a personalized storybook. When you're reading a book like a novel, your own mind is giving you, it's like a mental playground. You're reading words and you're generating a picture of what's happening in your imagination. You assign your own faces to all these characters, you create your own interpretation of the environment they're in, etc. And no more than that. Whereas being in a visual novel is like being in a booth. Like, you're sitting in a booth and you're being given this, like, diorama and experience. Like, you're being given what to visually perceive, you're being given what to, I don't know what the visual, counterpart to hearing stuff is, but, like, you're experiencing stuff through your ears, like, you're listening to things that they want you to listen to. It's kind of like, it's more immersive, I think. I think that's the word. Visual novels are more immersive than actual novels. And I think that's why, in Japan, this culture kind of evolved around it and solidified around it. Because in Japan, escapist culture in that demographic was so strong, and has been so strong this entire time. Whereas in the West, it's become more of a interesting medium to explore new and innovative ideas. They just evolve differently based on our different cultures, and that's really interesting to me. That's not to say that Japanese visual novels can't do what Western visual novels do, and vice versa, but their relative ecosystems make that a lot more difficult, because if you made a very Japanese-style visual novel in the West, it's probably going to get drowned out by a lot of things, or scrutinized a lot, because, you know, the subject matter of a lot of visual novels in Japan are very, what's a good word for this? They're incredibly, typical for that medium. It's like dating sims are like the most common thing over there. Like your typical dating sims with typical heroine archetypes and stuff. That would become super scrutinized in the West for being just like, you know, derivative, cliche, boring, etc. But in Japan, so many people would just resonate with that because they want more of that. They just want more of the same. It became apparent to me with some, like, visual novels, like, there's this visual novel known as Hoshiori. Excuse me. Let me find the full title. There's a visual novel called Hoshiori Yumi Mirai. That just... So, the whole thing is just about a guy who, like, moves to a new town and he, like, meets all these girls in high school and they all become, like, good friends and stuff. Various drama happens. It's a very typical slice of life story. And, like, it goes on, like, each heroine has a route in it. and the roots like go on to expand into like their adulthood lives and stuff. And I see a lot of people looking at this Hoshiori VN and saying, wow, this is an amazing VN. The characters feel so alive, the story is like really engaging, etc. And I played through it for myself, and I was just like, what the fuck is this shit? I was just like, what is this absolute trash that has been hyped up for me by so many people? And I'm playing it now, and I'm just like, what are people smoking? What are they on about? What is the grab here? Because what I experienced, this is my personal experience of the game itself. What I experienced in Hoshiori was an unrealistic world where everyone just felt dumbed down from what a person should be. Everyone was so positive about everything, and it felt like nothing actually bad was ever happening. There was no dramatic plot twists that actually happened. There's like minor bits of drama here and there, but it was all resolved like really quickly, and everyone was just like happy and laughing at the end. Which, you know, I'm not against the thing having a happy ending, but like, for something to be considered a happy ending, I feel like there has to be some tension in the story. There was no tension in that story. It just felt like... Exactly, it's a dream world. Like, I guess it's kind of in the title, like Yume Mirai, or like... That means like dream future, I think? I don't know what the English title for this game is, let me check. Dreaming of the Future, yeah. The game's like called Star Weaving, Dreaming of the Future. And I'm just like, I get that it's like the premise of the game, but like, I don't think this makes for an engaging story. I don't know why people were just saying this is one of the best VNs ever because it's like done so well. It's a story that is just meant to fuel this fantasy of living in a dream world, and I just don't find that personally interesting. But I find it surprising that so many people in like the visual novel community find this to be a story that resonates with them. And that really highlights it because this is a VN that's very popular with the community of people that like the old school, like, Japanese side of visual novel gaming. That really indicates to me, oh, okay, there is a massive, like, divide. Like, that is the difference between the Western and the Eastern visual novel markets. They embrace this kind of escapism, even if, like, it's unrealistic. It's meant to be unrealistic. There's no tension, there's no stakes, it's just happiness and rainbows all over the place, and people love that. I think it's fine that people love that. I was just so flabbergasted at the time. And because of that, I was like, this visual novel shit, everyone is wrong. Nowadays, I'm just like, I don't think everyone's wrong for it. I just think it's an interesting case study into... I always now use Hoshiori as this kind of like... It is the staple of what Japanese visual novel culture represents. It's a story where nothing bad, where ultimately nothing bad happens, everyone's having a great time, it's the perfect bit of escapism for people that want that. But if you actually want stakes in your story, you actually want to be experiencing a story where you have high stakes, you have action, you have tension, you have drama, and then you have, like, satisfying resolutions and stuff like that, you know, or you just want something funny, then you look to, like, other types of VNs. Like Fate Stay Night, for instance. I have a weird relationship with Fate Stay Night because I used to be of the mind that Fate Stay Night was the greatest VN of all time. I was like one of those people. And for years and years, I was a die-hard Fate fanboy. I loved Fate. I shielded so much for the gacha game when it came out. I was like, this gacha game is the future. Like, this is a story-driven game. It's making tons of money. People love the story. Fate is great. Nowadays, I'm a bit more jaded on it. I quit Fate Grand Order a while ago. And I've hated the direction that the franchise has gone in since then. I still like other installments in the franchise, but I'm very disillusioned with it all now. Fate Stay Night itself, I look in a more critical lens. It's a classic piece of visual novel literature. Like, it is one of the big classics. It's a big, like, modern fantasy VN that involves real-life mythological figures in an anime representation, and it's fun. Like, the original visual novel, it is fun. It's a bit gaudy. It's a bit gaudy and cringe at times because it's from 2004, but ultimately the story stands the test of time a bit. The only problem I have with Fate Stay Night is it's too long. I see a lot of people talking about how the visual novel was like, oh, it's one of the longest. It's like the word count of Fate Stay Night is longer than the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Wow, it's such a deep and intricate story full of tons of details, and you get lost in it. You spend 60+ hours going through the story, and it's like, I don't think that's a good thing, because Fate Stay Night had massive pacing problems. There were just some segments in it that felt like filler, especially in the midway points for the routes, where like it was just kind of felt like padding between like the big battles that were happening, where nothing was really happening except for stuff that they kind of just... It's just stuff that they excuse as character development. And I had the same problem with Fruits of Grisaia as well, which is another visual novel that can be considered one of the big classics. Came a bit later than Fate Stay Night, but Fruits of Grisaia was interesting because it front-loads a lot of its common route. For those that don't know, a common route is the general story of a visual novel before it splits into separate routes for each character. In visual novels that are romance focused anyway. And the common route was so long in Fruits of Grisaia. I remember it was just the everyday school life of these weird school kids, and that was entertaining. That was written well, but it was a lot. It got to the point where I was 30 hours in, still on the common route without much indication that I was gonna go onto a route with one of these girls, and I was just like, this has been going on for ages. Is the story gonna actually get anywhere? I think when you have visual novels like that, I think it is a bit much. I think that I think some of the visual novels I prefer tend to be on the shorter side because the stories are better paced. I mean, Magikoi also has this problem. It's a very long VN. And I think Magikoi is definitely an example where you can definitely tell there's multiple writers in the room, because a general practice with some of these Japanese visual novels is that you have a different writer for different routes. Sometimes, and usually, you have a narrative supervisor that kind of unifies all the routes, the style of all of them, so it's harder to tell. I don't think Magikoi had a supervisor, because each of the routes is so wildly different with its narrative style. It's kind of alarming, but it's also really funny and plays into the nature of the game, so I really don't mind it. Because, one of the routes is, one of the routes is about, not being able to live up to expectations, but also learning how to live with... being able to live with not being able to meet high expectations set by others, and learning to, embrace the talents that you do have. It's a very grounded, realistic, and engaging story like that. One of my favorite routes in the game was that. And then the other one just involves a battle royale where the Prime Minister of Japan is assisting you. It's just what the fuck is going on? It's certainly a trip. The vibe change is so jarring it gives you whiplash. But I think that's fun. I don't expect to talk about visual novels this much. But this is the kind of stuff I'm passionate about. So I feel like I can talk about them at length. Maybe I should make a podcast. I've toyed with this idea before about making a podcast. I just need an actual I need someone that I can really mesh well with in terms of conversation, which is a rarity. There's not a lot of people that I can really constantly engage in conversation with. I don't want to do a solo podcast because I would get self-conscious too easily from, like, I'm the only one speaking, I don't think this is interesting, why would people listen to this? But I don't care about that if I'm bouncing off someone else. I need to find the right person to make a podcast with. And we'll make it like a... Because then it's just like... I feel better about something like that failing, because then it's like, oh, I'm not the only one failing. My mate is here failing with me, so that's fine. We're having a great time despite that. I would love to listen to that. I appreciate hearing that. It's good to know that, like, there is genuine interest in the idea. Finding, like, weekly or, like... Finding actual topics to talk about all the time would be difficult, but there's enough people do podcasts in the world that it would be relatively simple endeavor. It really is just finding the right person to do it. That it's like, it's the lottery of finding the right person I can mesh with, but also the right person that can do it consistently as well. So obviously I can think of a couple of people that might be able to fit it, but whether we can align our times to make it happen, that's an entirely different story. I don't even know what the topic would be, because, like, usually podcasts will have a topic that they cover. Like, they hone in on, like, a specific area to draw a certain demographic. I don't know what I would do in that regard. I would just be like, this is a podcast where I just bullshit about random things. I guess the closest thing I could do is, like, game design stuff, because I'm educated in that. Or commentary on, like, the film industry, but I might get in trouble with my job for that. Which would be awkward. Yes, game design. I mean, I could do that. It's always about starting off with a certain something and then maybe branching out after that. Because honing on the specific idea is what's going to get the ball rolling. I just don't know what the specific idea is going to be. But, you know, I think that's something I would figure out if I found someone that I want to do the podcast with. If I met someone, and we hit it off, and then I propose the idea of a podcast, and they'd be like, yeah, let's do it. Then we'd figure out what the podcast would be about together. I think that's a joint decision that needs to be made. If I am doing it with someone else, I mean. I think it'd be fun, though. Game design podcast. There's so many. I mean, if I did do a game design podcast, the last thing I want to do is just make it into just kind of like this rant, this like rant channel of just like, here's everything that's wrong with the modern gaming industry and all the bad things that are happening here. I don't want it to become journalistic either. Just like, here's the podcast where we talk about the latest in the gaming world. So these companies shut down, and no one knows why, but I'm here to tell you why. It's because the corporates suck. I don't want it to become like that. I think there's enough people already doing that. I want it to be like actual subjective, like game design stuff. Speak about like pick out like an actual like specific practice and then talk about it. Subjectively and objectively. I don't know, maybe that's too big brain. Because I still want it to be funny. Maybe we should just talk about food. Let's make a weeaboo food podcast. Like, we talk about anime and games a lot, but it's mostly about food. I could talk about food for ages. I think that would be interesting in its own right. Food is one of the easiest topics to talk about. And, yeah. It's the easiest topic to talk about. It's a topic that brings people together as well. Like, food is like something everyone has in common. We all have different types of food that we eat, but the fact that it is food that we eat for enjoyment and sustenance. Oh god, hiccups. It's what brings people together. Food is like one of the best things to bring people together. And we can talk about how different all our foods are. And it's great. It's lovely. But obviously, there's a lot of food food is also one of, like, the contents that's just, like... I mean, all these things are oversaturated. We have to, like, make it, like... That's the kicker at the end of the day. Putting your own personal spin on it and hoping that it can stand out. Because, like... I don't want to, like, force, like, the connections and stuff. Plus, there's also the thing that I don't have, like, the most food experience in the world. But I have eaten in a lot of places throughout the world, so I've got a whole slew of stories to share. I just realised I'm still triple. Maybe I should stop that. It's probably just confusing for anyone poking their head. It's like, why are there 3 MXs? Where is my third one? There we go. What if the game design discussion would be a brainstorming session for a game with crazy premise? Well, that's an interesting idea, actually. A podcast each week, or like each month, where we just, like, we come up with a prompt for a game, and we kind of brainstorm how that game would be realized. That is kind of cool, actually. I do kind of like that. It's kind of like a game jam, except instead of actually making a game, we're just making a game idea that but after that, anyone could look at that podcast and be like, you know what? I'll make that into a game. We won't take any credit for it. Like, we'll just be like, we came up with the idea, you ran with it. We're the idea people. We're not gonna ask for any money, like, because you put in all the effort. Good for you. All that we ask is that you, if people did make that game and stuff, we would just ask stuff like, hey, could you, like, I don't know. Could you, like, give us a link to the Steam page? Yeah. Not even asking for a free copy, we just want a link to, like, the page when it's up. Yeah, it's like, hey, it's cool that you rolled with our idea. Could you show us what the page is? We can't find it. Cause I don't know. If there's one thing I've learned through my 10 years into the gaming industry, is that ideas don't mean jack shit. I can write an entire list of the ideas I've come up with that have suddenly been used by other people. Like, nothing is really yours unless you actually make something out of it. People do pay people for ideas, but, like, the people that get paid to give ideas to other people are just professional bullshitters. I think that in a lot of cases, people that have all the ideas, but none of, like, the capacity to actually deliver on those ideas. If you're just trying to get off the ground with that alone, it's not gonna go anywhere. The people that actually do generate ideas are the people that have already made stuff, so they know that the ideas work. You need the experience on, like, the end side of things to know that these ideas are going to work. That's why some people are, like, more successful at that. Yeah. I mean, that's what producers are. Like, I don't think people give enough credit to producers in games. Like, producers may not be as involved on the technical level as, like, programmers and stuff, but, like, they have to have an idea of how everything works so that they can, you know, they can understand the position the programmers get into when they say, hey, we can't do that in the deadline that you set. We're having problems. And a good producer would be like, okay, I understand. Like, great. Like, you've told me the problems. I get it. Let's see what we can do around that. The bad producers are just like, just work harder. Like, expedite it. Producers work with their team. They're like, okay, we've encountered problems. Let's figure out a solution together rather than just go do that. Like, go figure it out, alright? I've got enough problems. I've got enough problems with Q&A right now. So, you're programmers. You can figure out. You do math. Go, like, what am I paying you for? Like, figure out the problem and push it. I know this because in university, I was the producer for a game project. Yes, it's a university project, but we treated it as an actual, like, video game thing. And my god, I did things wrong. I decided to put a lot of faith in people that did not deserve that faith. And things went tits up because of that. And not in a good way. It was kind of just like... It was basically a case of people just going like, yeah, I'm on it. Yeah, I got it. I'll do it. How about this? How about that? And I'm just like, yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, cool. Okay, I trust you. That was wrong. I need to be more critical. I need to be like, no, I need this now. Because Thingy needs it, and they can't do the thing without that. Instead of me just being like, okay, Thingy needs a little more time, so could you, like, do this as well and stuff like that. That really taught me the importance of being, like, stern with your team. But also being investigative. Because I find that a lot of the time, people in those positions will also have the mindset that only they can comprehend their ideas. So they'll be like, oh, I just need more time. And then they ask, why do you need more time? They'll just be like, oh, no, like, I just need more time. Just trust me. No, the producer has to know what's going on. Because it's their job to understand and adapt everything else around them. There's a lot of balancing to it. Absolutely. There's so much balance to it. Producing is such a stressful role. It's a stressful role to do right. If you're having an easy time as a producer, you're doing it wrong. Because the whole thing about the producer is... You are the duct tape that's holding everything together. You are what is unifying these several chaotic elements. And if you're not under tension, then something else is under tension in the equation, and things are probably going wrong. If... There's one thing I always say, right? And whether it's correct or not, I don't know. But if you have a game development team, and the producer is the only one that's stressed out, you're probably working optimally. Because if the producer is the only one stressing out, that means they're just making sure everything is working fine. If the programmers aren't stressed out, they're just doing their thing and they're doing well. Q&A is fine. Design team is fine. The effects team is fine. The sound team is fine. They're like healers. They're like MMO healers, exactly! They are the piece that holds people together. They're just like, I'm keeping you alive! You don't know my struggles! Move out the AoEs! God damn it! And then when you finish the raid, everyone's just like, oh, that was a great raid, guys, well done. And the healers are just like, fucking kill me. That's why I don't play healers. I don't think I'd be able to deal with that frustration. So, the people that do play healers, I appreciate you. I love you. You're doing well. The healers in my static, God bless them. They are wonderful people. They are wonderful people, but oh my god, they do get frustrated a lot, and I don't blame them. They are doing so much work for us, and I appreciate them so much for it. And that's the thing. I feel like a lot of development teams will look at, like, producers as, like... A lot of producers will kind of generate this aura about them that makes them into the enemy. And when that happens, when a producer's not doing their job right and it inflicts pressure onto others, those others are going to look at that producer and feel like, you're a dickhead. Like, I don't like you. I associate you with things that frustrate me. And that's how you make a toxic work environment. So when everyone's on the same page, and like you actually have a producer that you get along with, and at the end of the day, you're just like, oh, thanks, man. Like, your help with organizing everything just made this go a lot smoother for us, and I really appreciate it. Those are the ones you should treasure. You should yearn to have projects with that producer, because they care and they do their job really well, and that makes everyone else do their jobs. I cannot imagine doing my first runs on raids as a healer. Neither can I. I never intend to do my runs on raids as a healer. I think I'm a DPS for life on raids, because, looking at the stuff... I mean, I look at the amount of times I fuck up as a DPS on raids, and I'm just like, you want me to do this with extra responsibilities? I don't think I have the mental capacity to do that. I think that maybe I'm not the most adequate person for this. I think maybe it'll make me want to kill myself. I can't say that on Twitch, they don't like that. It makes me want to unalive myself. And that's bad. But I think that's why healers are like some of the more difficult things to find for that content. But more power to the people that do fulfill it. I mean, when I talk about MMO raiding and stuff, I am mostly talking about Final Fantasy, because that's the only MMO I've really played to that degree. I never was big on Warcraft. I mean, I love the Warcraft world building and characters and stuff, but I never really got into the MMO. I think the other closest MMO I got to like really trying out and playing a lot of was Terror Online, I think? I played a lot of Terror Online until that went under. Was it Terror? Yeah, I think it was Terror. And then Final Fantasy has just been like, yeah, why would I play anything else? I've wanted to try something like Guild Wars 2 for a while, but I just never got around to it. I just don't have the time. I can do healing, but I always need to be at least familiar with mechanics to lighten the mental load. Oh, yeah, like... I mean, with endgame raids in particular, like... I mean, endgame raids in general, like, we always read a guide before going into the raid. Like, we never go into it blind. I think, like, my current static, we're not mentally geared towards being, like, blind runners. Because we just don't understand things. Which is why our raid leader, our raid's producer, shall we say, works very hard to make sure everyone's on the same page. They basically tell us the things that we should do, and we're very good at listening and following orders. And that's what we do. That's how we raid. Obviously, we can adapt when we need to, but, like, ultimately, we're there for fun. We're here to follow instructions and do the cool things and survive things. Maybe. Hero in Final Fantasy feels a lot easier than WoW. I mean, I think everything in Final Fantasy is easier than WoW, because WoW's got kind of like the hardcore culture revolving around it. I mean, it is the pioneer for like MMOs, right? It was the pioneer for like modern 3D MMOs. And it's kind of maintained that, like, hardcore difficulty. Because as I look at it right now through a lens, like, World of Warcraft, like, endgame and stuff is, like, really hardcore. Like, it's, like, it is difficult, and it's all about, like, the min-maxing and, like, the, It's all about the min-maxing. It's very much geared towards the hardcore raiding audience. Because it has that market. Whereas Final Fantasy is all about Final Fantasy is geared more towards allowing as many people as possible to experience this content. Which is why the earliest raids in Final Fantasy when they came out were some of the hardest in the game so far, even still. Like, Coil as a Bahamut in Final Fantasy was really fucking hard. Like, I think to this day, Coil as a Bahamut, if you did it at, like, minimum eye level, like it was meant to have been done back in the day, is still some of the hardest content in the game. Whereas, like, the modern tier of raids, I mean, even I can do it. Like, I'm doing them right now, and it's a lot of fun. But they are easier than the things that they used to put out. And the reason for that is, as I said, they want as many people to be able to have fun with this as possible. Those are two different game design, like, philosophies that go into those, like, two MMOs, and I think that's fine. Like, well, I'll be honest, I've never been raced for maybe, like, one time. Yeah, like, you can play... That's the thing about Warcraft. You can play Warcraft and not engage in that content, and, you know, you'll be fine. But it is an entirely different world with that content. Like, if you are a high-end raider in WoW, that's probably what most of your time is going to be spent doing in that game. Whereas Final Fantasy is, like... If you're an endgame raider, you still spend a lot of time towards that, but, like, there's so much other stuff in the game that it's not, like, a major focus. I feel like Warcraft, like, everything is fueled towards the endgame stuff. But, in Final Fantasy, it's just a part of what everything else is. Because in Final Fantasy, you've got the crafting endgame, you've got your island sanctuary, you've got bloody, like, treasure hunts, you've got all this other stuff going on. That is, like, the endgame for other people. Like, it's all collective. And, you know, the endgame is what you make of it in Final Fantasy. There's different types of endgame, and people enjoy different parts of it. Oh, yeah. Let me just say it like this, Scarlet. I've played Final Fantasy since... When did it come out? Yeah, go finish Stormblood. I've essentially been playing Final Fantasy on and off since A Realm Reborn. Like, basically when 2.0 came out. I've been playing it for that long. And I still haven't done everything. I haven't even unlocked everything in the game so far. There's still stuff from Realm Reborn that I haven't done yet. Like the relic weapons. I never did the relic weapons from A Realm Reborn. I mean, to be fair, the relic weapons in that are such a pain in the ass to do. Like, holy crap. The relic weapons in Realm Reborn are just an exercise in patience. They're an exercise in patience and persistence. Whereas the relic weapons in Endwalker, the expansion before the current one, they're literally just farm this resource that you get from just doing stuff each week, and each week you'll be able to buy a new stage for the relic weapon. It's that simple. Everyone did it. Everyone did it, everyone enjoyed it. It was easy. Relic weapons in Realm Reborn. Only a very small amount of people did it because, my god, it was tedious. I would still like to muster up the will to do it at some point, because the Realm Reborn relic weapons are rare. Like, you don't see them that often, and they look really nice. So it's, like, glamour is the endgame in Final Fantasy. That's the one endgame everyone shares in Final Fantasy XIV, is the glamour. Everyone does it for the glamour. But yeah, you got lots of Final Fantasy to get through, Scarlet. And it's gonna keep getting better. You should really look forward to Shadowbringers, actually. It's still, I consider that to be one of the best expansions after, like, Endwalker. I mean, my personal favorite is probably Dawn Trail. But, like, that's for, like, personal reasons. I really like Dawn Trail. There's a lot of people that disagree with that. But, you know, like, there's a lot I really enjoyed about Dawn Trail. Yeah, I mean, hey, I figure you have people help me, but if you ever need help, like, getting queues and stuff for, like, dungeons, I could probably help out. If the times align, that is. Because I think cross-region, gameplay was made possible with Dawn Trail. So I think I'm actually able to take my character onto American servers now, which is pretty bog. I think so. Let me check. Or maybe it was a limited thing, I'm not entirely sure. I need to check. Data center travel system. I mean, I can probably check it right now, actually. Let me just boot up Final Fantasy and check. Because I read a thing saying that it's only to Oceania, because they did that for server load things, but also to test out the feature. But that was like pre-Dawn Trail release. I don't know if after the release they actually fixed it or not. I'm not gonna like bring my window up and stuff, because I play Final Fantasy in a specific resolution, and it's not a resolution I'm built for streaming. It's very much built for, like, the HUD interface. You can probably hear it, actually. Wait, how do we actually do the thing? Oh, that's how. Okay, let's try it. Actually, no, you won't hear it because I only allow certain, like, programs to be heard. Visit another data center. Site world. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. Not yet. Not yet. So I just looked on it now. I can only travel to the Oceania data server. I remember that they did that because, basically when Dawn Trail came out, they were experimenting with ways to lighten the server load to reduce queues. So, they made it so that people could transfer... They could basically log into the Oceania data server to, like, you know, free up the congestion on the other servers. But they also did it to test out the cross-region feature. I think it is coming. I think they are planning to implement cross-region, like, globally throughout every data center. Technically, we can play together. We just have to... Because every other data center can transfer to the Oceania server. So technically, if we wanted to play together, we just both have to transfer onto Oceania and play with stupid pings. There is a way. Is it worth it? I've played Final Fantasy on high ping, and it's not very fun. So, jury's out on that one. I think some of the easier content is fine with it, but like if you're trying to do like the like most recent content with high latency, it's kind of pain. It's a high degree of pain. I think connecting to America for me is like tolerable because I have American accounts, I have alts on the American data centers. None of them are like to the current standard, but I mean, I can just DM you, like, what my character looks like. I can just DM you, like, pictures of my character. Unless you want to actually meet them in the game, in which case they're not, you know, we'll figure something out. But yeah. Got tons to look forward to. Final Fantasy 14 is great. I would probably never stream it on my channel though. I mean, have I done it before? I don't remember. But yeah, like I said, I stream in a specific resolution. That means that, I mean, I could change the resolution just for streaming, but it would kind of mess up my UI. I'm very much the kind of person that is just like, once I've set something in place, I like to just leave it like that. So if I like mess it up, I'd be like, oh, I don't want to change it. Bleh. I know I can save the layout, but blah. I don't want to change it. It's fine as it is. I might do it. Maybe I'll do it. I don't know. I need the meetup. MX fan meetup in Final Fantasy 14? Pog? That'd be kind of cool. I mean, if it's just for the sake of like a meetup purpose, then we can just do the Oceania thing. It'd be pretty funny. That'd be so wild. Like, I've got friends on like all the different data centers, and I'm just like, hey guys, let's all go into the Australian servers. Let's all meet up. But I think the cross region would be the best. Because then I can show you my empty house of nothing. The only reason I have a house in Final Fantasy is as a teleport anchor. I use it to cheat the teleportation fees. So in Final Fantasy, to those that don't know, when you teleport over a long distance, teleporting costs money in Final Fantasy. And obviously the longer the distance, the more money it costs to teleport. Unless you teleport to your guild's hall or your own personal house, you get a massive discount if it's to a personal property. So what you do is, instead of teleporting to where you actually need to go, if you want to be really, like, conservative and frugal with your money, you teleport to your own house because it's cheaper, and then from there, you teleport to wherever you actually intended to go because it's cheaper. But it only works if it is cheaper overall, but if it's actually cheaper to teleport directly, you might as well do that. But, yeah. And that's the reason I spent $3.5 million buying a house in Final Fantasy. Have I made that $3.5 million back through saved transportation fees? I don't know. I don't actually know I have. But I'll tell you one thing. I definitely feel like I've, like, received my part of the investment. And that's what matters. It's kind of like buying a house in real life just to make sure I have an address in this country. So I buy a house here and then I just go abroad for, like, several years. It's like, no, I have a UK address. I am a UK resident. Look, I live in the UK. This is my address in the UK. I haven't lived there in 6 years, but that is where I live. It's literally like that. I mean, I'll be on Final Fantasy tomorrow. It's my raid night tomorrow night. I've got my raid nights on Wednesday and Sunday during the week. It's a lot of fun. It's actually kind of a weird thing because my raid group, I totally stumbled into that by myself. Basically, like, the way I make friends and acquaintances in anything, honestly, because I have social anxiety. I suffer heavily from social anxiety, and I suck at making friends. Like, I absolutely suck at it. Making friends of my own accord is just so difficult for me because I guess I just don't have an adhesive personality. Like, I don't have a lot for people to latch onto. And I'm not very good at following up either because of a lot of things. Mostly anxiety, though. And like, the majority of the people that I know, like the chat here, like, my viewers here and now and the chat, like, are from people that I know, like, recommending me to you guys. Obviously, there's gonna be, like, a few people that actually have just randomly found me and, like, stuck around with me. I appreciate you all deeply, by the way. Don't you ever forget that. But the majority of my relationships in life have been developed because other people have brought them to me. And that's not a bad way to be, but it has made me a bit self-conscious of this idea that I'm not good at making friends by myself. I need someone else to be there to do it for me. Well, not to do it for me, but, like, I need someone else to be there to be able to meet other people, which I can then, like, get to know and stuff. But in Final Fantasy, like, this year, it was the first time that, basically, for the last few years in Final Fantasy, I've been without an FC, without a guild. That's because, I used to be part of a guild that had a bunch of my IRL friends in it, and when a bunch of my IRL friends just kind of quit the game, and we actually had a falling out with some of the people in the guild as well, everything just kind of fell apart, and this, like, safe and lovely space that I had in this MMO was just gone, like, overnight. And I was just like, I hate this. I absolutely hate this. I quit the game after that for, like, a long time. Like, I quit the game after that for a long time. I guess you could say it was like a long hiatus from the game. And then I came back to the game because I actually enjoyed the story and I wanted to engage more with it, but I just didn't engage with the community anymore because I was just like, I don't have any well, I had, like, one other friend that still played the game after that, so I only played with them. Like, you are my sole friend here, like, I want, like, please help, please do stuff together with me because, like, I don't really want to associate with other people while I play this game. And it was like that for a long time. Because I just had, like, that really bad experience. And, you know, years went by, it softened up a bit, but I was still kind of, like, in this shell. Without an FC the entire time, I always ignore, like, the recruitment messages I get. Because, like, why would I join another FC? And then for some reason this year, Dawn Trail came out, and I was just like, I came into Dawn Trail after a long break for Final Fantasy, and I was just like, oh, everything's new, it's the start of a new adventure, Endwalker happened, it's like, it's a brand new adventure, brand new beginnings. I feel great about this expansion, and Dawn Trail went on to become one of my favorites. And after I'd, like, finished, like, the base of Dawn Trail, and I was just doing my own thing, I was, like, gathering and stuff, getting all my, like, crafters to level 100, I got one of those random, free company invites. I looked at it, and I accepted it. I was just like, this is the season of new beginnings. I'm gonna turn over a new leaf, I'm going to leave the past behind. And I accepted that invite. I had no idea what I was getting into. I was terrified that I had just reciprocated, like, that recruitment message. But I ended up in a really nice FC. Like, everyone is, like, great. Everyone is, like... I think the main thing I was afraid of... What I didn't expect is that, like, everyone was just kind of, like... in a similar boat to me, if that makes sense. Because they're all, like... older players with, like... real-life jobs and stuff. So, like, none of them were, like, chronically online like some of my old friends were. But look, everyone was so nice to me, and at some point I was just like, I was just afraid of this the entire time, but it's really just nothing, isn't it? And, you know, like, it wasn't like a hugely, like, idealistic case of just, like, I became friends with everyone as a happy ending after. There's still a lot of people I don't really talk to in the FC, but I think that's fine, because it's a pretty big FC. There's a couple of people that I talk to more than everyone else, and I think that's what mattered the most to me. It's been a really energizing experience for me to just have accepted that invite and overcome a little bit of my anxiety. I still suffer a lot from social anxiety, but I felt like that was like the first step towards actually getting better at something. And now I'm part of a raid static. Before that, I was just like, I'll never touch raiding because I'm not interested in it, and I'm scared of the toxicity that surrounds it. But when they were looking for people and they said, oh, we do casual, like, raiding and stuff, I was just like, fuck it. I'll do it. Like, I'll join you guys. I'm very new to raiding. Like, I've done a bit of it before, but, like, I'm relatively new to it, but I'll do my best. I can do this role because they needed the specific role that I mained, and now we're here. And I don't regret it. I'm having a lot of fun. I'm having a lot of fun in a sector of the game that I didn't think I would ever have fun with. And Final Fantasy has just helped me realize that, hey, you can try new things that seem intimidating and they can be fun. But it's also okay if they're not fun. But yeah, that's my story. that's my latest Final Fantasy story. So many wild things have happened to me in that game, and I'm very happy that each of them have ever happened. It makes me want to try other new things as well. Obviously, there's like kind of a limit on like the amount of new things I would actually try. Like approaching people and talking to them, still a bit iffy on that, but I'm getting better at it. Bit by bit. That's what's most important. I don't know what to talk about now. I kind of just ran out of steam. I was just like, yeah. I mean, to be fair, that'd be a pretty good note to end off. I mean, I've literally just been here chatting. I've been on this static screen chatting for almost 4 hours now, and that's kind of crazy to me that I came into this without an idea, and I've just in a cynical standpoint, I've done nothing but prattle on for like almost 4 hours now. But it's not like I promised to do anything, so I guess I don't feel too bad about it. But like, I appreciate you and like everyone else that like dropped by today to like engage with me in this, because like, you know, this is the kind of stream I like doing every now and again. This is very chill for me. I like this. This fulfills my social requirement, and I like that. Because that social requirement can be very difficult for a socially anxious person like me to fulfill. I just hope that it doesn't feel like this is the insecurity speaking. I just hope it hasn't felt like I've wasted anyone's time by not doing anything. Bros plays. Hi, LV! Speaking of new people. Well, not new people. I know who LV is. I've been placeholding for almost 4 hours. Can you believe it? I don't know how long you've been here for, but yeah. I've been trauma dumping for 4 hours. Wow. But yeah, hope things have been going well on the hope things have been going well on the Lucidmon development side of things. I'm very excited, by the way. I've mentioned little musings in my own server that the Minecraft content would be returning soon. 4 hours? I just popped in now. Yep, yeah, we've been going. I've been in this box for 4 hours. Chatting to these people. For some reason, they're still here. I appreciate every one of them, though. Yeah, we've been talking about all sorts. Like, this is one of those times where I'm like, what the hell were we talking about like 2 hours ago? Got a memory of a fish. I can't remember 2 hours ago. I don't even remember what I had for dinner. Yeah, we just finished talking about Final Fantasy and how Final Fantasy once again managed to change my life. Final Fantasy 14, that is. It's a game that I hold very dearly to my heart, even though I take breaks from it a lot. Probably more than I should do. But how to know I released a Lucidmon related video a couple hours ago. Yeah, I did see that. Well, I haven't seen it, but I saw that it was developed. I saw that it was posted. I was going to watch it after I finished the stream. I just didn't know when this stream is gonna finish. Because I'm on the Lucidmon train. I'm very excited to see what's gonna happen with it, and I'm just like, yes. I want more of the details. I want to know. I've also reinstalled the block bench. So, just to play around with some potential, like, custom stuff for myself. And maybe other things, who knows. Yeah, block bench is fun. I like block bench. Yeah, back on, like, the old, like, Pokemon Minecraft server that I played on, I was making, like, custom models and animations. Which is very cool. Mostly animations. I really like the animating. Yeah. Because I was working with someone else who would do, like, the textures and stuff. I'm a big fan of animation. Hell yeah. I'm very, like, on and off about animation. Because, like... So... I hate animation in something like Maya. Like, Maya is just... Ugh, I hate animating in that. Probably because I do that for work. Like, I'm a 3D designer, as part of my job. So I have to actually animate stuff in my actual job, and I hate that. I hate it so much. But if I'm, like, animating, like, if I'm animating other things, I have a lot more fun with it. Yeah, Maya is a lot more complicated than Blender. I wish I could animate. It's such a cool skill. It is a really cool skill. The thing about animation is that it brings things to life. Like, I think animators can get a bad rap sometimes, just cause, like, animators, like, I think animators get scrutinized a lot because they take a lot of shortcuts or perceived shortcuts when it comes to work. But when you look at the workload that an animator has to go through, it's kind of understandable when they take these shortcuts. Because it just makes the whole system more efficient. Which is why, like, when I actually see, like, fluid animation and, like... When I see animation that has personality, I really have come to appreciate it a lot. They're so cool, though. Yeah! I've been working on and off as, like, a 3D designer for, like, the last 10 years. Partially 3D designer, partially photographer. It all comes out, like... It's not my proper, like, job title, but it's stuff I do under that job title, if that makes sense. My job title is technician, but technician in my industry literally means anything. It kind of means like a versatile person that can do various types of work. So every technician is kind of different. People like using the handles for transformations. I personally cannot do that. Yeah, I have to do it by, like... I like using it by the handles to get a feeling for it. Like, I'll use it by the handles to get, like, a feeling for what I want to do with the specific animation that I'm doing. And then I'll do it by the numbers so I actually have a reference for where it's going and stuff. Because, like, if you try to animate purely by the handles, it's just like, what the fuck? Like, dude... It's gonna be so much work for you at the other end of it. If you're doing it by the numbers, at least, like, you know what stuff is doing. You know where it is. You know how it's positioned. Because you just have to read the numbers, and you're like, that's wrong because that number's not right. But that's just how I was taught that kind of stuff. I actually don't use Blender. I've never really used Blender, so I should. I think one of my colleagues was telling me that I should really learn it because more and more people in other departments I'm with are using Blender now, and they're just like, "Why aren't you using Blender?" And I'm just like, "Because we have Maya licenses. Our company bought us a plethora of Maya licenses, so we're just like, well, we have to use them because otherwise the money's wasted." And, you know, Blender's free, so... But I have been learning a little bit of Blender. The new tool that I've started using in my job is Unreal. which has been quite an interesting one, actually. I actually do like using Unreal for stuff that isn't video games. I mean, blueprinting language is still, like visual coding is still very confusing to me, as all coding is. But the cinematic tools in Unreal are pretty cool to use, actually. I like it. I mean, it's very frustrating when it goes wrong, but it's definitely been, like, it's definitely some of the work I've enjoyed more than, like, the usual stuff I do. It's becoming more and more industry accepted. Yeah, Blender. It's, yeah, I think Blender is probably the best one just because it is free, it's open source. Like, because my company works with a sister company that, employs a lot of, they do a lot of prop stuff. Like, they make actual, like, props. And our department's kind of like the ones that puts the mechanisms behind those props. So there's a bit of crossover. I'm like one of the integration specialists that helps that process of merging their work together with the stuff from our designers and making sure it kind of like speaks to each other properly. Which means I only have to understand what each side is trying to do. I don't actually have to do it myself, which is kind of nice. I am the producer here. I am the duct tape holding them together. But yeah. And then, like, I take that work and then I put it together in Unreal Engine to make what we call previs. Well, no, not previs. Tech-viz. Like, tech visuals. Tech-viz is what we call, yeah, like, it's the it's the rudimentary 3D animations that are cut together of the various, like, stunts and, like, gags that happen in the movie itself. So, for instance, I will recreate a film set in Unreal, like, on a basic level. Like, I whitebox the film set, and then I import the data for, like, say, what we primarily work with is rigs. So you get a rig with, like, that's made of, like, metal framework and stuff, that has a prop on it, that's made by the other company. You have the rig, the prop is attached to it, and then someone else in my department gives that a skeleton that can be animated. And then I put all those things into Unreal, I assemble them, and then I create the animations for that rig based on what it would do in the actual, like, movie shot. Like, what they'd actually do on set that day. I need to make a visual representation of what this thing can do before it's even built. Because at this stage, the mechanical rig is in its design stages. It hasn't been built. So using the virtual specifications that our design team has made, I can emulate what this thing does and simulate it so we can show that to the executives and be like, this is what we want, this is what we need to build for this movie scene. This is what it does. And I need to make that presentable. This is what it does. Let us, like, give us the clearance to make this. Like, give us the budget for this and let us make this. That's the entire point of what I do. And the usual work process goes something like this. They'll look at it and be like, okay, that's cool. Well, first of all, I show it to my own boss, and my own boss is like, actually, the thing is not like this. It's meant to be like this, and we're just like, we never received this information, and he's like, oh yeah, I just had a meeting just now, and they confirmed that they wanted this to be like this, so could you change that? And I'm like, okay, I'll change it. That all gets done, and then he's like, yeah, that looks good, I'll bring this to the other executives. They all talk about it, and they're like, yeah, that's good, alright, cool, let's start building it. Halfway through building it, they're just like, actually, the executives changed their mind, they reviewed that footage again, they actually want to change it, so, could you make that change, and then we're going to halt production for a little bit while we get all these details fleshed out and stuff. We're just like, okay, we'll go do that. And then I converse with my colleague about this, just like, hey, the change they want us to do, it doesn't actually work, because, like, you know, like, this mechanism here and this pivot here doesn't actually go that far out. We'd have to redesign this entire section. He's just like, I'll just do it anyway, because they're not going to understand that. Just do it anyway. It's going to look wrong. But present that, and then when he asks why it's wrong, just be like, yeah, it's wrong because of this. So we go through that entire process. They get to that stage, and then our boss is just like, yeah, I know, like, it's not gonna work, but, like, we'll show them and try to, like, make them see the reason in it. So, we show them the thing and how it looks wrong when it's tried to do the thing that they want it to do. And eventually they just go, okay, so can we, like, change this completely at a fundamental level and instead make it do this? Which is, like, a completely different thing than what the original mechanism was intended to do for a similar result. And they want it specifically like that. And then we're just like, are you fucking kidding me? We can just adjust the original rig to do something that's semi-close to what you want to do, and our arguments looks a bit better. But they're very adamant on the idea that, no, it has to work like this because this is what I think is correct, and you can't really deviate from that because we're the ones paying you. So, go on, do it. This happens over the course of a few months, and it happens over and over and over again. And welcome to my job for the last 10 years. Well, okay. Not like... The digital integration is a relatively, like, recent thing I got into, so that's been for, like, the last 2 years, I think. But, like... It's the general same type of vibe that my work encompasses, is the whole back and forth of, actually. Makes you wonder how I've not gone insane yet, but I think it's like this in a lot of other industries as well, so... Anyway, I didn't mean to, like, go, like, super hyper into detail about that. It just kind of happened, like, as a stream of consciousness. But I hope someone found that very interesting to listen to. Because, yeah, that's, like, a big part of my life. It's probably why I'm quite patient with people. I'm very much used to people changing their minds and just being like, yeah, yep, okay, yep, alright. I'm getting paid for this, so it's alright. And internally, I'm just like, ah! But yeah, that's also why, like, that's why when I commission artists and stuff, I'm very much over-considerate with, when they show me something, and even if it's not really what I had in mind initially, like, from the artist, I'll look at it and eventually just gaslight myself into thinking, actually, you know what? The artist has done something great here. I think I prefer the artist version. Even though there might be a part of me that disagrees with that idea, I'll gaslight myself into thinking, no, the artist has done good here. I think they've done really good. And I'll be like, nope, yep, dude, that's great. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. And, you know, most of the time that works out fine. Unless there's something really jarringly wrong with it. Like, I once got a piece of art commission and the character's missing its tail. It's like that, where it's just like, it's great, but the character's missing their tail. That's an obvious one to point out. But, like, usually if, like, I gave, like, a vague instruction for a pose and they do it, and I'm, like, only kind of okay with it, I'll just be like, no, that's great, yeah. You keep going, because, like, I have such experience with clients that change their mind all the fucking time, and I hate it. I fucking hate it. And I don't want to put other creators through that. So I just accept what they give me, because it will probably make them happy. I hate those kind of clients. I don't really call them clients in my job. They're my executives. They're kind of like clients that you're just kind of stuck with. You don't really get a say in whether, like... You don't get a say in whether, like... I mean, you kind of do get a say. You can quit the job if they're really unbearable, but at the end of the day, they're kind of your bosses, so... You have to listen to them. But, yeah. I have a perspective for creators that take commissions, and I don't want them to waste their time, like, I don't want to waste their time and their patience, like, being anal over details. Because at the end of the day, I still enjoy the work that they do. One of the main reasons I'll approach an artist to do a commission is because I like their style of things. So even if it's different to what I originally had in mind, if it's like, at the end of the day, it's still something from the artist. I love it. I'm definitely not one of those people that gets super meticulous with it. Just like, actually, you're not doing it right. No, the artist decides what's right. They're the one. I'm the one paying them to do the work. They're doing the work because I'm not putting in the effort to learn it myself. That's why I respect the hell out of artists. The type of shit they have to deal with. Except the artists that never, like, get back to you. I hate those. I remember commissioning an artist. Like, this was years ago. I commissioned an artist to just do a picture of an OC I had. They were like, cool. Pay up front, and I'll get onto it. I'll add it to the queue. They showed me the queue, and I was like, oh, no, that's not bad. I'm like the 5th one in the queue, so after 4 other commissions, I'll get to mine. That's fine. So I pay them up front. Cool. Alright. Didn't hear from them for about 5 months. So I messaged them back saying, like, hey, dude, is things good? Like, how's my commission looking? They're just like, oh, yeah, like, you're closer in the queue. And I was somehow, like, 3rd in the queue. And I was like, okay, yeah, alright, cool. I'll keep waiting. I trust you. You do great work. I understand that life is probably hectic. They were, like, saying that life has been very busy. And I was like, I sympathize, okay. I trust you. Because, like, they'd done a bunch of commissions before. They had, like, a good portfolio. So I was like, okay, I trust you. I'll give you some more time. And then, after that, a couple more months went by, 2 more months, and I messaged them, and I was just like, dude, what's happening? They didn't respond to that one. They didn't respond to that one for 3 weeks. So I messaged it again, and again, and again, and again. They didn't respond to any of them. This was on Discord. I was messaging them on Discord, and I could see that they were going online and offline a lot of the time. So I know that they were using Discord for something. So eventually it got to the point where I was just like, I delivered an ultimatum. I was just like, dude, I'm going to request a refund. Like, I'm going to go to PayPal, and I'm going to request a refund because I haven't received my goods. Like, I'm sorry, but, like, you're not communicating with me. You haven't given me what I wanted. This was about a year after I made this commission with this person. And they came back, like, begging me not to do the chargeback. It's like, I'll do it, okay? Like, just stuff has been really busy, and they give me this whole sob story about how, like, things have been hectic in their life and stuff. I was just like, okay, like, I'll hold off, alright? But I really want this work done. Like, it's been a year, my dude. And he's like, I've got lots of commissions to work through, but I'll definitely, like, get it done, I promise. I was just like, this is it. This is the last bit of faith I have in this artist. And then 2 weeks after that, 2 weeks after we had that discussion, I see on their Twitter, they just said, I'm opening commissions. I have 5 slots. And I just fucking slammed my face into a desk. I gave up. I didn't even request a refund. I just gave up. I no longer want to interact with this person. Take my fucking money. You scammed me. Good job. I don't want it. You touched my money. It's dirty money now. You can have it. I mean, it was only like, to me, like, $60 is not a lot for me with my current job. So, like, it's no skin of my bones to be like, just take my $60, alright? Just fuck off. You're taking the fucking piss with me. Oh, God, I have a lot of patience, but at that moment, I was just like, oh, I want to hurt someone. Because what became abundantly clear to me was that this artist basically took a fuckload of commissions in these batches. They would take like a shitload of commissions because they needed money immediately for something. Maybe it was bills. Maybe it was like rent or something. They'd take the bunch of money to pay off their bills, and then they just wouldn't do a bunch of that work. So when the next bills came along, they're like, oh shit, they've done like 2 commissions out of 20 in their queue. Next rent becomes due, and they're just like, I need money again, I'm opening commissions again, pay me, pay me. And they just go through the cycle. And then they drip feed commissions through to make it look like they're actually doing work. And you know what pisses me off a lot with some of these artists? It's just... I mean, I'm not gonna say, like, an artist shouldn't draw what they want to draw. Like, sometimes artists will take commissions, like, they'll open commissions up, take a bunch of commissions, and then months will go by. But over those course of months, I see them posting a bunch of art that they've done that isn't commission work. I'm not saying that an artist shouldn't work on their own personal pieces, but when you've taken a bunch of commissions and you start posting, like, over the next couple months, you start posting a bunch of pictures that are personal projects instead of the commissions that you've been paid to work on, I think that's a really shitty, like, precedence to set. Like, you've been paid to do a job, and especially you have the audacity to ask up front for these people's money. Like, you've asked for these people's money up front, and now you're, like, not only are you not, like, I don't know the internal workings. Like, I don't know if they're, like, actually communicating with these people and doing each of the pieces bit by bit, like, all at the same time. But it's kind of a slap in the face to the people that you don't communicate with that have commissioned you, to just see your feed full of other pieces that aren't the commissions of others. It, like, because there's a lack of communication, you're leaving people in the dark. They're obviously going to generate the bad, like, interpretations of what's going on. They're going to be like, this person just took my money. They're not actually doing the work. Even if you are doing the actual work and you're just, like, really, like, spread out, you gotta communicate that. And that's the thing, like, a lot of these people just don't communicate anything. And it just leaves us all in the dark. And it's why I just suddenly, well, not suddenly, but it's why I have a lot of anxiety approaching artists for commissions. Because I don't know, like, if they're just going to be, like, really hard to, like, cooperate with or not. That's something that really, like, that really gnaws at my anxiety. Obviously, like, for a lot of people, it's just kind of a whatever thing. It's just kind of like, oh, this person doesn't communicate a lot. It's like, it's kind of annoying, but whatever. But for me, it's just like, oh my god, I fucking hate this. So I don't want to think the worst of people, but when I don't know anything, and they don't tell me anything, I kind of have to think the worst. Because I have a stake in it, and I don't know where that investment is going. But that's my criticism for a lot of, like, independent, like, commission artists. Communication is your most powerful tool. Like, use it as much as you can, and discipline yourself with the amount of work you take on. But, like, as long as it's communication, then I'm fine. Like, I'm not calling out anyone in particular, except that one artist in the past that was really yanking my chain. I'm not calling out anyone particular for this, because, like, I have a few artists that I've commissioned right now that I'm waiting for stuff on. But, like, a couple of them are friends, and a couple of them I've worked with before, and I know that their work schedules are, like, all over the place. So I'm fine with trusting them, because I've worked with them before. But when you're a completely unknown artist that I've commissioned for the first time, it's a really bad first impression to make. Yeah. And when it's between friends, if you're actually a friend, I don't care. Like, whatever else you got going on takes priority. Like, I don't care if it takes you, like, months. If it takes you weeks, months, or years to do it. Like, because, like, at the end of the day, like, I know you as more than just someone I commissioned. So, to me, like, I just don't mind that. I'll always, in that circumstance, I'll always be like, oh, you know, there's probably more important stuff going on. But if you're a stranger, then I don't care about that. If you're a stranger, then I'm just like, I don't know anything else. It's like one of my best friends. One of my best friends has like a commission as a favor to me that has been outstanding for about 3 years now. 3 years ago, they said they'll do this picture for me, and they worked on it like bit by bit over the course of 3 years. I don't mind, because it's kind of a meme between us at this point. They are still gonna do it eventually. I trust that they're gonna do it eventually, but they got a lot of shit going on in their life. And that's perfectly fine. Like, they got a lot of important stuff going on. They do a lot of other artwork as well. Like, that's perfectly fine by me. We're friends, it's fine. And that one's a favor anyway, like... I have less stake in that. But... yeah. I don't like... Nowadays, if I commission someone and I don't get what I want within... I think it's good to set a deadline. It's really good to set a deadline nowadays where it's just... I think I give a fair deadline to artists I commission nowadays. When I approach, like... If I don't specify a deadline to an artist, that means I'm no rush. I don't mind when I'm gonna get it. I might ask for an update like a few months down the line, but ultimately I don't mind. If I'm approaching an artist that's a stranger, or someone new, then I will probably enforce a deadline. I'll be like, can you get... But I'll give what I think is a fair deadline, right? I'm not gonna be unreasonable about it. So for instance... Would you consider it fair for me to approach a new artist that I've never worked with before and told them, hey, I would like to get commission of your work, I want it done in 4 months. Do you think that's a fair deadline? 4 months to do a single commission? Obviously, it depends on the gravitas of the commission. If it's like, if I'm requesting like an entire reference sheet where it's meant to be a back and forth between me and the artist, maybe I'll even give it more time. But like, a single image commission, I think even 3 months would be fair. I'd be like, yo, 3 months, I will give you 3 months to do this single image of my OC. That's my deadline. I think that's fair. Because that's like, they could do it, they could do nothing for most of that time, and do everything in a single night before the end of the deadline. I wouldn't care. Like, if that's how you work, then at least I know when I'll be getting it. But if I deliver that ultimatum, then I can be sure of myself, hey, well, 3 months is up, I'm requesting a refund because you haven't given me what I want. But yeah. That's my experience with commissioning artists. It's very up or down. I don't do it. I don't actually do it too often. Most of the time, I just commission something on Skeb because it's regulated. Like, Skeb is regulated in that I don't have to communicate with them. I just send the prompt. They either accept it or they don't accept it. I pay them. They go, it will pop up on my feed at some point. If they don't do it in time, I automatically get the refund. Simple! Love it. Some people who take comms can finish them in a matter of hours, but each artist should theoretically know their ability limits in terms of a turnaround time. Yeah, basically. And that's like, that's just a job. Like, that should be for like any craftsman. Like, any craftsman should know like their limits and their turnaround time. Because that's how industries work. Obviously, when it comes to like the landscape of like online commissions between like creators and stuff, it's a little more lax because, you know, it's a bit more unprofessional. Like, people don't hold that high of a standard between these kind of things. But at the end of the day, it's just like, should people hold that in a higher standard? In some ways, yeah. I think so. Ultimately, it's down to whatever the client and the creator are most comfortable with. As long as you're on the same page, I think it's fine. But if one person is if one person is at the expense of another in the equation, then something is wrong. It's all about equivalent exchange. This is also why I don't take commissions. One time, like, because there was a time in the past that I didn't open commissions. I opened requests for art. I was just like, somebody give me a request, somebody request me to draw something for them. Just like a suggestion. Because I want to experiment with doing work for someone else. So somebody gave me, like, a simple request. Just like, could you draw a character, like, could you draw a character doing this stance? I was like, cool, alright. I'll communicate with them and do this. And immediately after I did the first draft, they're just like, not really what I had in mind, could you change it like this? And I'm like, okay, cool. Change it around. They're just like, it's a bit better, but I want it more like this. I hated it. I was like, oh god, fuck, I hate this. No! This is the worst! I feel inadequate. I feel like I suck at this. And you know, maybe I did suck at it because I'm still a very much amateur artist. But I was just like, oh my god, I can't meet this person's expectations. I'm going to fucking die. And eventually, it did get to the point where they were like, oh yeah, I'm okay with this. You can I'm okay with this. Continue work on it. They were just like, okay, thank god. I finished that piece. They were happy with it, apparently. And then I closed the request thing. I was like, I'm not taking any more requests, even though I only took the one. I never did art for other people ever again. That was a life-changing experience. I was just like, I'm never going to do commissions. I'm never going to take requests. The only thing I'll do is, like, sometimes I'll open a place for people to leave suggestions. And every now and again, I might look at suggestions and be like, yeah, I can do that. That's it. I did the same thing after this but with writing stories. So I wrote like a personalized story for someone, and I hated that. That made me hate that as well. So now I've just got a blanket ban on commissions on myself. Like, I don't do commissions for anyone. For nothing. For anything, should I say. Because my mind just doesn't like it. I don't like working like that. It reminds me too much of my actual work, except for some reason, when it's on a one-to-one, when it's on this one-to-one basis, it feels a lot more personal, and I feel like because it's on a more personal level, it makes my anxiety spike a bit more, like, a lot more, should I say. When it's in my actual job, it's some faceless executive that I don't give a shit about saying, I don't like this, change it. Because at the end of the day, like, I think I've just become disillusioned. I know that they don't really care about what I do, so I just do what I'm told, and that's that. But I guess I just don't know what to expect from, like, random people on the internet. My body is limited to 2 revisions per sketch, and after sketch approved only color adjustments. Yeah, those are reasonable, but I just didn't have the confidence in my own capabilities to impose those kind of restrictions. I felt like, because I was an amateur, because I wasn't very good at the art thing, that I should make myself more flexible so I can meet the expectations of people. And, you know, it just doesn't work out like that. I just don't feel like I'm good enough to charge people money for what I do. So, that's where the insecurity lies. I guess that's the key difference between charging people, like, between an asking price for people to pay me to do stuff for them, compared against people hiring me to do something. It's not like I advertise myself for that job. Like, my current job is just like, I just kind of fell into this position. They're paying me to do this work on, like, a corporate level. Anyway, I'm probably gonna wrap up the stream shortly, because my throat is shot. I've spoken more in the last 4.5 hours than I have done for, like, the last 2 weeks, and my throat is actually killing me right now. I don't know if you can... I don't know if, like, people can hear it. I can hear it slightly myself, that my voice is a little more strained now. And that's not just because I'm, like, I'm a little bit tired, and I'm a little bit eepy. It's because I think I've spoken a bit too much. Which is impressive, actually. Maybe it's a good exercise to actually learn how to talk a lot. Also, I can also feel it because I feel like I'm more prone to coughing fits right now. But yeah. I'm gonna do the regulatory check on the channel. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's gonna be all for tonight, guys. I think I need to go, like, cleanse my throat out with, like, some lemon honey water or something. Then I need to, like... Oh, then I need to go do my laundry, actually. Yeah, that's a thing. I completely forgot about my laundry. Yeah, I need to, like, go fold and put that away, so... I'll tie it up for there, folks. But, thank you, everyone who tuned in tonight, and everyone who stuck around to just have a good old chill out and chat with me. I found it very fun and just very relaxing, and I hope all of you did as well. So thank you very much for your time, and I will see you next week. And yeah, be sure, and if you haven't already, be sure to, like, show the Voice of the Void highlight video to your friends and family. Get them to like it, etc., etc. I'd very much appreciate it. Just like how I appreciate every one of you. Thank you very much. Okay, good night, everyone. See you later. MX signing off. Ciao.